With the help of React Native and Google Antigravity, we are going to build an AI calorie tracker application called Calorics, where user can track his calories, proteins, fat, carbs, and many other things. This is a full stack SaaS application from which you can make up to $65,000 a month. But before that, let me walk through the application first and then we'll talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. Now once you land on our application, you have option to sign in with the email, password, or you can even create a new account if you are a new user. Once you sign in very first time, app will ask few questions. Based on that, it will also generate your calorie planner. So let's select those options. Enter your some basic information like this, and once you added everything, AI will automatically analyze your all the data and then will create a plan which is just for you. And if you see, once the plan is created, you will redirect to the home screen. We also integrated the RevenueCat paywall so that you can convert your free user to a paid user and start making money. Right now, if you see, we have this beautiful paywall added by the RevenueCat, so user can convert to a paid user. And then once you jump on a home screen, you will see this beautiful home screen with some feature. At the top, you will see the current week and the current date is highlighted, and you can go back to any date in order to see your previous log for your calories, proteins, and all of this information. Below that, you will find a calorie section where how many calories are remaining with a beautiful customized progress bar for you. Also, we added an option to show the how many protein left for that particular day, how many fats or carbs left. If you want to change this calorie section, you have this edit option which you can update and you can personalize for you as well. Also at the bottom, we have option to track your water intake. Whenever you add any water, it will show on this particular card, and below that you will see the recent activity. Now, in order to add your calories, anything, you can simply click on this icon and here you will find some different options. Like you can log the exercise in order to track your calorie burn. You can even add a drink water option or a food database. Now, this canned food option is a premium feature which is only available to the paid user. With this option, you can simply scan or take a photo of your food, and then our AI model will automatically calculate the calorie based on that. Now, for example, you want to add a food. So simply you can search the food. We have authorized search food database, and that also I'm going to tell you how to integrate it. So for example, you can search any food as well. Okay. Now in this case, I'm going to add the calorie which are higher calorie so that you can see the proper progress as well. Once you click on it, you have option to change the serving size, and based on that, it automatically change and update the calorie log as well. Over here, you will find a protein, fat, carbs, and simply click log food. Once you log the food, it will navigate and then you will see this progress as well. Pretty cool, right? Not only that, but all the information related to your nutrition, planning, and everything will updated immediately. If you want to log a water, you can simply click on this and you have option to log a water. Over here, you can simply add this beautiful animated way, add water intake section. And once you're done with this, simply click log water. And then you will see the water is now logged. And for that, this particular day, how many glass you have to take it more. Like in this case, the 8 glasses left. Okay. Below that, as I say, you will see the recent activity. Whatever the activity you added, you will find under the recent activity. Now, if you do any workout, just click on this log exercise and then you will find an option like whether you did a cardio, weightlifting, or you can even enter the manual entry. Now, if you say weightlifting, you have option to select the intensity, the duration of workout, or you can enter the minute manually. And based on your selection and based on your personal data like height, age and everything, it will calculate the calorie. Okay, and then simply log out. The company like Apple, Google, Fitbit, the way they are calculating the calorie with the same formula we are using in this application to calculate it. 99.9% we are exactly accurate. Now once you added this calorie, you will see the calorie and the remaining is now little bit increased because you already burn up to 184 calorie, and directly automatically it will update your data. Next, if I go to the another tab in which you will find all the progress. At the top we have the daily strike, so that you will continue to log your activity. Then under the my weight section, it will track your weight. You can update the weight anytime, and then simply once you update, our AI model will track and update your calorie section and everything accordingly. Then we have weekly energy section where it will show how many consume, how many burn, and the net energy for that for that complete week. Over here you will see a bar graph that how much you consume, how much you burn. Pretty cool, right? Now based on your all the data and with the help of AI, we also generate the insight from it. You will find all the details. Your health score, obviously first time we sign in, so our health score is little bit low, but once you keep progressing, adding your log, your health score also get increased. Then you will see some tips and what you did better in this week, so that also you will find it. After that you will find a weekly micro balance with this multi-bar graph format. Okay, now you will also learn how can we add this micro balance or this graph and all. Then your water consumption graph as well, we added this line graph to show a water consumption and what is your average daily water consumption, that also we are going to show, and your weekly calorie section as well. Now you will learn how can you add these different cards, different feature into your app which stand your app among the different available app in the market. After this we also have this beautiful profile section. If you see, this particular user is a premium user. Okay, and anytime if you want to update any personal detail, you can simply go ahead and update it. Then you have option to change your theme, like whether you want a light theme or you want a dark theme. Simply click on it and it will update immediately for you, or you can even set to a system theme. Then we have this push notification section. This application also integrated with a push notification which will send a automatic push notification to the user at a lunchtime, dinner time, or in the afternoon as well, so user will remember about their log. Not only that, but we will also send a water intake reminder. Then you will see this notification history once you receive the notification. Anytime you can go and check. Then we have activity indicator. Now this activity indicator is just for the information purpose. So basically whenever you log anything, right now if you see this dotted border, right, so if you added all the calorie for that day, then it will show in different color. If you did not add any log, then it will show a different color. That's the information you will find under the preference. Once you join a paid subscribe user, then you can manage your subscription by clicking on this manage subscription. You can even request a new feature, or we also added some support section with a different option. And if you want to log out from the app, you can simply click on this logout button. Now with the help of AI, the scan food feature is only available to the paid user, and that also we integrated. You can test this application with your actual device. The link is in the description so that you can check it out on Android and iOS device as well. Now this complete application we are building from scratch with the help of Google Antigravity. So you don't need to write a code, but it is very important to plan your application first and then execute step by step way. And that's what we are learning in this video. Even if you are new to the React Native, don't worry, because I'm going to I already divided this chapter into a small chapter so that it will be easy for you to learn and understand. Now let's talk about the tech stack. Now to build this React Native application, we are using an Expo, which is a React Native build tool to build this native application. Very easy to integrate and easy to build the React Native app. For the database, we are going to use a Firebase Firestore, free to use and very easy to integrate as well. For authentication, we are using my favorite Clerk authentication with a lot of different feature and with a new pricing model where you will get a 50,000 user for a free once you click the link in the description. Also, in order to review our code with the help of CodeRabbit, we are going to create a separate branch for each chapter, and with the help of CodeRabbit, it will review our code after completing each chapter, so that you will find any bug or anything, CodeRabbit will notify for you, and then you can simply make update and keep your code clean. Having a CodeRabbit on your project is similar to having a senior developer in your team. So that's why we are using CodeRabbit. For the payment integration and the paywall, we are going to use a RevenueCat, which is free, and with the help of Google's Antigravity, we are building everything from the scratch. Google Antigravity help us to write our code, creating all this project, and not only that, to build in order to publish on a Play Store and App Store. Now coming to the part where you want to prove whether this app can earn up to $65,000 a month or not. If you see this application FitCal already earning $68,000 in last 30 days. Okay, and which is similar application where we are also building our own Calorics app. Also, this is the another application which is CalBuddy, which is similar to ours and which already making $66,000 in last 30 days. Pretty cool, right? And that's why we are building AI calorie tracker application. In order to get an access to my any courses and the source code, you can simply go to the tubeguruji.com, enroll to any course, and you can easily track each course chapter by chapter. You can earn the coins from it, and you can access to the source code, live demo, or even watch on the YouTube. Once you finish any chapters, simply submit the project and then we'll get the certificate for you. TubeGuruji has 100 plus project available, and you can enroll to any of the course. Also, if you have any suggestion, idea, simply submit your suggestion and definitely will make a project for you. Also, if you did not follow on my different channel like YouTube or Twitter or Instagram or WhatsApp, make sure to follow us on there. And if you did not subscribe to our TubeGuruji channel, please do subscribe. Press like button and hit notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update from me. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop Calorics. In this chapter, we are going to note down all the features we want to add, and we are doing some research about the existing app available in the market and what is missing from that. So for that one, you can use any AI tool, or you can directly search for the app which is already exist. Also, for the design and the feature, you can search on the Pinterest, Dribble, or even App Store. Now, I just searched some of the application UI, and I just copy that inside my eraser doc, and here you will see all these designs. Okay, now this is the basic screenshot. I just get it and paste it here. The reason about that, you will get to know what are the features that you need to add, what are the main point that you need to show inside your application. Okay, so once you have all the screenshot ready, note down the features that you think that is important. Also, the best way to test this feature is by installing this app inside your mobile and find out some feature which is not available in that app. Okay, so I already have some basic feature which need to be there, but some feature like AI report or recommendation, or send a notification about the reminder, or even scan the food picture and pass it to the AI, and AI will automatically give you the report about that. So some of these feature is not present in other app, and that's the reason we are making sure it will be inside our app. Okay, So this is the basic research about all the features that we needed. Also, this screenshot also help you to design your mockups, something like this. And not only that, but make sure to write down or implement your workflow as well. Okay, so in this case, if you see, I already have this basic workflow. Obviously, step by step, it need to be a more detail, but for now I think we are good on this. So whenever user come to our app, we'll check if user is new user or not. If user is a new user, then we have to gather some basic information. So when we say the basic information, which contain a gender, a goal, whether user want to gain a weight or lose a weight, or to maintain a body weight, or the birth date, obviously to calculate the age, whether he work out a daily basis or how frequently he work out, weight and height. And depends on all of this information, we are going to generate a user diet plan, and we're going to use AI for that one. Okay, after that, user will authenticate into our app, and then we'll redirect user to the home screen. On the home screen, we'll show a daily activity as well as all the calories and all of this information, and option to add the daily activity log. So user can add if any food user eat, then he can just add that one, or if he did any exercise, then also he can simply add that into the list. Okay, then we're going to show a weekly report tab where we can show a graph format information. Then we are also going to add an AI report tab as well. So AI will give you a proper report about all your weekly basis diet or monthly basis diet plan, what is your progress and everything, and the profile tab for your setting option. Now there are some lot of feature that we are going to add, like user have option to edit the calorie count, everything. Okay, we are going to give a full customization and flexible option to edit the information inside the app. And most important, obviously we are going to add a payment gateway so that user can, or the admin can charge to the user for specific services as well. So this is the basic research. You can do it. Obviously research is very important while developing any application, and that's the reason in this particular chapter you have to note down all the feature. You can just check out this eraser doc and you can implement and add your own points so that you can implement. Let's set up the project now. So first thing, you need to download this Google Antigravity IDE, which is a combination of VS Code and the AI chart section, where once you add a prompt, it automatically start creating a files for you. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that. So make sure to install. It's a free to use, and I will put the link in the description if you want. Next thing, we are going to use an Expo to build the React Native application. Expo is a build tool to develop this React Native app with all the React Native features like camera or accessing maps, and there are many others. Now many AI tools also using this Expo to generate these AI apps, and that's why we are also going to use an Expo. If you want to learn and want to build an application using an Expo, there are many tutorials available on my channel, so you can just go ahead and explore all the React Native project which I built previously. So simply go to the expo.dev and go to the documentation. Here you will find an command to create a React Native Expo app. Simply copy that, then go to the folder where you want to create this project and open a terminal at that folder. If you are using a command prompt Windows, so make sure to open that command prompt and simply paste this command. After that, it will ask you, do you want to proceed, and this at latest will install the latest version of the Expo. Okay, so once you say proceed, give the application name. Here we'll say AI Cal Track, hit enter, and then it will start creating a project. And if you see, our project is now ready. Okay, now simply open your Antigravity Once you download it, you will find an app inside your operating system, and then simply we'll go to this file and then we'll say open folder, and then simply locate the project where you just created and then click open. Then you will see all the folders and file are available inside this Explorer. Now, before walk through this each files and folder, when you create this React Native Expo app, it comes with the basic template. So we need to remove that template and we want to start everything from the scratch. So inside this package.json, you will see an option to reset this project. Okay, so simply inside the terminal, just drag it up, or you can simply go to the terminal, click new terminal, and inside that you can just run a command npm run reset project. Now sometimes in my system I have to run with the special permission, so you don't need to do that. And here if you see, it's saying, do you want to move existing file to the app example instead of delete? We'll say no, because we want to completely delete this basic template, and if you see, everything is now deleted. Now we have little less folder and file because we are starting from the scratch and from basic. Now let me walk through each of this file and folder first. So very first folder, which is the app folder, which is the heart of our application, because all the routes, pages we are going to add inside this app folder. Inside that we have the root layout, which is called underscore layout.tsx, and currently it has a just stack router. Okay, so this stack is a navigation and is importing from the Expo router. Now we are using an Expo router and not the React navigation, because Expo now has its own navigation system called Expo router, and we have the default page called index.tsx. Okay, now whenever you want to display anything on the screen, you need to wrap it inside the text. Okay, when you want to display the text, and this view is nothing but similar to the div tag inside the HTML CSS. Also, if you see, it has an inline styling and inside that it has a proper CSS styling applied. Then next folder we have the assets folder, where we're gonna keep all our images, fonts and all the assets which you need. Then we have the node modules. Obviously this folder we are not going to touch anytime because it contains all the packages which we install. Then the next important file, which is app.json, which contain a configuration related to your Expo app. Now this is very important when you want to build your application and you want to export in order to publish it on App Store and Play Store. Inside that you will see your application name, the slug name, the icon of your application, the Android and iOS package, the web setting as well, and the plugin which is installed. Then we have package.json, which contain the name and version of your application, the script to run to build your application in different environment. Also you will see all the dependency which is available and ready to use, okay, which is already installed, so you don't need to worry about. But anytime if you want to install any new dependency, you can install it through the terminal as well, and some dev dependency. Now the question is how to run this application. Now there are two ways to run this app. One, you can run this app using an Android or iOS emulator inside your system directly. Our second method is run on your actual device. Okay. Now in order to run your application on your actual device, you have to make sure to install this Expo Go app from App Store or Play Store, and then make sure you are on the same Wi-Fi network. Okay, and once you run your application, you will get a QR code which you can simply scan it, and then your application will start running. As simple as that. Okay, but if you have Android Studio installed or Xcode, if you are using a Mac OS, then simply open it. Now in this case, I'm going to show you how you can run it on the Android Studio. And once you have the Android Studio open, simply click on these three dots. Then click on SDK manager and make sure you have at least one SDK installed. Okay, then you have the SDK tools also installed. So in my case, I already have this SDK tool installed, and then click apply or OK, depends on if it's not installed already. Then go to the virtual device manager and simply create a new device. Over here, select the phone type. So in this case, I will select this Pixel 7 Pro. Okay, or let's say select this Pixel 7 for now. Now make sure you will select the device which has the Play Store icon. Then next step is click next. Then you can select any system. After that, you can give the name. Over here you have advanced option to increase the RAM size or internal storage. It's totally up to you, and then simply click finish. And after that, you will see your device is now ready. Now click on this plus sign, which will launch the emulator and which act like your exact device. Okay, so right now if you see, it's starting your device, which is nothing but an Android emulator. And once your device is ready, you can simply see all the app which is available and all the details. Perfect. Now you can close this Android Studio because we don't want that. Now again, go to your VS Code and click new terminal. Inside this terminal, simply you need to run command npm run start. Okay, you can find this command, just go to the script and you will see this command and hit enter. After that, it will start your Expo application, and if you see, you got the QR code which you can scan and you can run your application inside your actual device using the Expo Go app. And then in order to run on your Android emulator, you just need to press A. Okay, so just press A and then it will install the Expo Go app first. So first it will download it and then it will install inside your device. And once it is installed, it will start running and building your application. And if you see, our application name is getting display. And first time it will take a minute or so. Okay, but from next time it will run very quickly, because first time it will build your complete application, it will install the Expo Go app and everything. Now once your application is ready, you will see the default page of our React Native app. So here we'll say continue. We have some option, the shortcut, okay, if you want to debug or monitor the performance and all the details. Now if you see, this is the first text which is displaying and it's nothing but inside the index.tsx. If you change anything, let's say subscribe to Tube Guruji, and just save this one, and as soon as I save it, you will see on the right side it automatically reflect that. Okay, so it's also support the hot reload, so you don't need to manually reload your app. It automatically refresh all the changes and reflect inside your device. So if you have any question, any doubt while setting up this React Native Expo or running Expo Go app inside your actual device or an emulator, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask any question on the Discord channel as well. Before start building our application, let's set up a CodeRabbit. CodeRabbit is an AI platform to review your code. Now CodeRabbit, you can directly connect with a GitHub repo, and then automatically whenever you push any code to the GitHub repo, CodeRabbit will automatically start reviewing your code. Having a CodeRabbit integrated in your application is similar to having a senior developer in your project. So it will review you the complete project code. Also, whenever there is some suggestion, CodeRabbit suggested, then make sure to fix it. And there are a lot of features you can implement with the CodeRabbit. Now, in order to get an access to the CodeRabbit for a free, click the link in the description to get an free access. Simply first thing, we'll push our all the code to the GitHub repo. So we'll go to the github.com and we'll create a new repo for our app, and we'll give the name AI calorie track. Then you can keep this visibility private or public, it's totally up to you, and simply create the repo. Once you create the repo, simply you need to set a origin. So we'll go to the Antigravity and then first we'll initialize the repo and then simply set the remote origin. After that, inside the source control, stage all of these changes which you made. Okay, but obviously this is the basic scratch files, right? Which is a starter files, and obviously we need to push this project first, and here we'll say initial commit and simply say commit. Once you commit it, make sure to publish this all the changes. Now you publish it to a main branch. Okay, so now we'll go back to a repo and simply refresh your repo, and you will see all your changes which you push into your GitHub repo. Now second step, simply click the link in the description to sign up with the CodeRabbit to get a free access, and then create a new account if you don't have already. Now you can sign up with the GitHub or GitLab, it's totally up to you, and then you will redirect it to the CodeRabbit dashboard where you have option to add a repo. If you see, many of my project is already integrated with the CodeRabbit, and which helped me a lot to fix the bug or to find any issue in my code. Also, with the help of CodeRabbit, if you go to the dashboard section, you will see all the PR you raise, all the PR is reviewed by the CodeRabbit, and how much are critical, everything you will find into this dashboard. Also, you can integrate with the MCP tools like Notion, GitHub Copilot, Sentry, and there are many others which help us if you want to document on your project and everything. You can even connect to your MCP tools as well, and there are other features you can find it out. Now first we'll go to the repo, and then you can simply click on add repo and then give access to the specific repo. You can even give access to the all repo, but I'm going to add a specific repo. So over here I will just search AI calorie track and just click on it and then save it. Anytime you can manage a remote or remove the repo from the CodeRabbit, and if you see, now our project is now listed, and that's all. And that's how you can set up CodeRabbit. Now next time when you create a new branch and raise a new pull request, then automatically CodeRabbit will start reviewing your code. That I'm going to tell you from the next chapter, how it actually works, how it actually review your code, how they added a comment and everything. Okay, but for now make sure you finish or you completed this step, so that from next time it will automatically start reviewing your code. Now it's time to add an authentication for our app, and we are going to set up a database as well. So in this chapter we are going to add a sign up and sign in screen, and we are going to use a Clerk authentication. Then after that, once user is successfully sign in and sign up, then we're going to save user information to our database, and for the database we are going to use a Firebase Firestore database, which is free database. And then we're going to save a user information to the Firestore. As simple as that. So let's go back to Antigravity, and inside this we're going to write a prompt. So over here we'll say I want to create AI calories tracker React Native Expo app. So first let's create sign in and sign up page. For email, password and Gmail authentication using Clerk auth. Okay, so this is very important. After successful sign in and sign up, save user info to database. Here we'll say save user basic info to database. Okay, or we'll say Firebase Firestore database. use logo from assets/images folder and make sign in and sign up page professionally looking good. UI UX similar to dribble design style for mobile apps. Okay, so you can add as much detail you want, and after that we'll hit enter. Then it will start generating the implementation plan and everything. And if you see, it already give us a task list. Okay, so inside the task list you will see these are the some tasks that AI going to implement. Now it also give implementation plan, and if you see, first thing it gonna add a dependencies. Okay, obviously it will install some packages for the Clerk and the Firebase. Then it will configure the Firebase config. It will add authentication UI as well and all other things. The most important thing, if you see, it also give what we have to do it. Okay, user review required. So inside that we need to add, or we need to create a .env file, and inside that we need to add API key for the Firebase and Clerk publisher key as well. But for now, let's proceed. Now once it is done, you can walk through all the implementation plan. Okay, but there are two important things that we need to do is to add and create a .env file. So inside the root directory we'll add .env file, and inside this we need to add environment variables. So Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider in the market, and it provides a lot of different features like multiple social authentication, session management, multi-factor authentication, email password or one-time authentication, and the most important is free to use. If you want to get a free access to the Clerk authentication, click the link in the description to get an access. Also, Clerk recently introduced a new feature called Clerk billing. This is a subscription billing feature which you can add it in just one line of code, and then you can manage your payment directly from the Clerk without adding the payment gateway. Pretty cool, right? So that's the reason we are going to use Clerk inside this React Native Expo application. Simply click the link in the description for the Clerk. If you don't have an account, create a new account, and once you click on the link you will get free access to this Clerk. After that we'll click on this option, we'll say create application. Here we'll say AI calorie tracker. Then you can select an option. It's totally optional because we are implementing our own screen. So here we'll say create application, and after that we'll select an Expo option. Okay, now we already installed the Expo because you don't need to worry about that, but most important thing we need is a Clerk key. Okay, so we'll copy this key as it is. We'll go back to the Google Antigravity and simply paste it here and then save it. This is the first step. Now second step is to set up a Firebase database. So we'll go to the Firebase, just search on a Google, and then as you know that it's free to use. Then we'll go to the console, and inside the console we'll create a new project because I already have a lot of project created. So we'll click on create new project. Here we'll say Tube Guruji 2026, and then we'll say continue. We'll say continue again and create project. It will take a few seconds to create your project. Once it's ready, let's say continue, and we will jump onto the Firebase dashboard console. Now on the left hand side you will see a bunch of different options. Go to the build, and then here you need to select a Firebase storage or a Firestore database. Okay, so click on this Firestore database. Inside this Firestore database, obviously you need to set up very first time. Okay, if you don't have set up previously. So here we'll click on this create database. But before that we'll go to the project overview, and here we don't have any app added, right? So we need to make sure to create a new app. So we'll say add app and make sure to select web. Okay, this is very important. Then here we'll say AI calorie tracker. then we'll say register app, and once it is registered, you will get an option to add a SDK as well, but in our case is already installed. But the most important thing we need is this Firebase config. So for now I will copy everything as it is so that it will be easy for us to copy paste it. Okay, so now once you add it inside your .env, we'll go to this implementation plan, copy this key, and then we'll paste it here. Now simply you can add this one by one. So let me bring this down first. And then for the Firebase API key, we'll copy this API key, then simply paste it here. And once you save and added all of these, make sure to save it. Okay, perfect. Once you added all the environment, make sure to reload your application with all the new environment variables. And now I just reloaded. Currently, if you see, it's just showing the home screen and did not show any sign in or sign up screen, because we did not inform that if user is not sign in, then it should navigate to the authentication page. So inside the prompt, we're going to simply add if user is not sign in or sign up, navigate user to sign in / sign up screen. Okay, also once user is sign in, then save in local storage as well. So from next time user don't need to sign in by checking in local storage as well. Okay, so we just send this command. Now we'll wait for the final result, and once it is implemented, you can check it out, and boom, if you see, we have a beautiful email password form and option to sign in with the Google as well. Not only that, but on click of sign up, you can navigate to the sign up screen. So you can switch between sign up and sign in screen, as you can sign in with the email or password, or you have option to sign in with the Google. Just click on it, it will navigate to the option to select the email or to add a Gmail account information. So I will just add, and then once you sign in, it will redirect it to the home screen. Pretty straightforward, right? So that's how you have to add authentication using Clerk inside your app. Now we'll verify whether it's really saved to our database or not. So we'll go to the Firebase Firestore, and I don't think so it's really saved to our database. So you can simply add a prompt, and we will say once user sign in or sign up, please save user information to Firebase database if it's not already exist. Okay, so this is very important. It's very important to save user info to Firebase, and once it is implemented, then you can just go ahead and check it out, and then you will see a user collection, and inside that collection you will see username, email, image, URL, his first name and last name as well. Pretty cool, right? So that's how we have to make sure to fix any error if you face anything, or if the functionality is missing, let them this OpenGravity AI know that this functionality is missing, and then it will implement it for you. Now next thing, once you have this first feature ready, simply you have to push your all the changes to the GitHub, so that CodeRabbit will review your code. It will summarize all the changes which you make, and then it will add a comment on your PR as well if there is any issue in your code. So first thing, we'll click on these three dots, and then we need to create a new branch. Inside that we'll say authentication, hit enter, then add all of these changes. We'll say auth and db setup. Simply commit it and don't forget to publish your branch. Once you publish your branch, simply go to the GitHub. Here you will find an option to create a pull request and then simply create a pull request. Below that you will see all the changes you made inside your project files, and once you create the pull request, the CodeRabbit will automatically start reviewing your code. You don't need to trigger anything. CodeRabbit will automatically trigger it for you, and then you have to wait to finish CodeRabbit to review your code. And once the CodeRabbit review your code, you will find CodeRabbit also added a summary with new features that is added inside this particular pull request. Also along with that, you will see all the comment added on your PR. So over here you will see a potential issue, whether it's a minor or critical or medium, and the explanation about that, what need to be changed. Okay, so you can even copy this particular prompt which is already given by the CodeRabbit to fix this particular change. So you can simply copy that, paste it inside your Antigravity, and then it will fix it for you. And once you fix it, simply you can push your code back to the same branch, and then CodeRabbit will again do the review. And once you are happy with this, simply merge your pull request to the main branch. As simple as that. Cool, right? So that's how, guys, you have to create a pull request and make sure to review with the CodeRabbit. It is very important in our app, we need to add a proper color schema. So we are going to create a global file called colors, and whenever in our app we want to use a color, we're gonna tell to the AI model that use all the color mentioned from the colors file. So whenever you want to change anything, you can just update your colors file, and you don't need to update anything into an individual files. Okay, so to this prompt we're gonna add global colors file, and in that add all colors for app design, so that going forward you can use it from there. Okay, the primary app color is, and you can even mention the primary application color as well. So I already have this color, okay, which I saved. So I will copy that and then I'm gonna paste it here. And here again I'm gonna add update my colors every place wherever use primary color. Okay, and make sure add matching color palette in colors file. And once that is done, let's send it. Okay, so this is the very important thing which you need to add into your application. As a developer, it is very important to make sure all your file schema, file structure is properly maintained. So later on, whenever you or any developer want to edit your project, then they can easily update it. Right now, if you see, we got the implementation plan, and it's simply creating the colors file. So we'll proceed with that one. And right now, if you see, it created a colors file under the constant folder, and in that one we have all the color like primary light, secondary, and so on. And now going forward, it will use this color only. And the most interesting thing, whenever you want to update any color, you can just update inside this color file, and it will reflect throughout the application. Now after user authenticated successfully into our app, and when we say user info to our database, then we want to navigate user to the step form. If user don't have this information already inside our database. So inside this step form, we need to get the gender, the goal, whether user want to gain a weight, lose or maintain the weight, the birth date, the workout where how much time user work out daily basis, right? And weight, height, and all of this information. Once we get it, then we need to pass to the AI model, and then AI model will automatically generate the plan for the user, that how many calorie user need, how many protein user need on the daily basis. But first thing first, let's go back to our anti-gravity, and inside this I'm going to add a new prompt. So over here we'll say after user authenticate, then navigate to step form to get some information if user don't have already in database. Okay, so after that we will also gonna add create step form with progress bar at top, then option, then we need to form with option to select, show each step form one by one. So first step form is to select gender, then the next we want to add we can call it as a mode goal. What's the goal? Okay, so inside the goal obviously user want to gain a weight or lose weight or maintain. Okay, then the third thing that we need to get is the workout or birth date as well, right? So over here we'll say get workout detail, whether it's 2 to 3 days or we say just 3 to 4 days or 5 to 6 days, then birth date, option to add date, month and year, and here we need to make sure you added the 4 dot, means the fifth font, fourth font form like that, right? And then the last, the weight and height. So he will say height and weight in feet and kg respectively. Okay, so these are the information we need to get. Once user get all of this info, save to async storage. Okay, so obviously this Expo async storage package we might need to add. Also make sure to use icons for all option. So use icon is a very popular library. Okay, so it has a free and the paid icons as well, but you can easily use the free icons. The most important and interesting thing that it's a little different icons. Okay, so I like, and it look more premium, so that's the reason we are adding this. And here we'll say make sure to add professional UI UX for this step form. Okay, and here also we can add if user already have this information in database, then don't navigate to this form. Okay, and then hit enter. Now obviously it look bigger prompt, but the idea while writing the prompt is you have to step by step inform to the AI what is your actual requirement is, and same thing we did it, right? So first we are saying that okay, after authentication what to do, what are the different forms we need to add, how it should be look like, the design, how what are the design requirements, and then just submit it. As simple as that. Okay, there is no any complicated thing that we added inside this prompt. Now if you see, we have this implementation plan ready, and if I go to this implementation plan, the most important thing is saying that okay, we need to install the use React Native icon and the React Native SVG for the peer dependency, okay, and we also need async storage for the to store the data. I think that's pretty much. And obviously we have the multi-step process. Obviously these are some of the things that we need to get from the user, and I think that's all we needed. Let's say proceed, and now we'll wait for the final result. And now we have the final result as well. Inside the walkthrough, it provide all the implementation done in this particular session. So if I go over here right now, it's not showing, but let me restart it and we'll see whether it's working or not. So we'll restart this. After reloading your application, you will see that we have this beautiful form. At the top we have the progress bar as well, and when you click on any of this option, then click next, we have this next button and the previous button as well. Over here it's saying what is your goal, then we'll click next. Obviously we can select the workout frequency, right? So you can select that. You can add a birth date, then click next, and then you have option to height, add a height and weight as well. Okay, perfect. And then simply click finish, and once it say finish, obviously it will save to our local storage for now, because the next step is to add a Gemini AI to pass all of this information and to get the diet plan, okay, the complete diet plan which contain the calorie and all of this information. It's not a really diet plan, but it just tell us that how much calorie you need to get the weight or to maintain your weight and everything. Okay, so inside the prompt, now next step is next on click finish, pass all selected user option to Gemini AI model to generate and get daily calories required. So here we'll say calories required, protein, carbs and fat required based on user selection. Also give how much water need to drink and other related fitness response or value. You can add something like value. Then so here we can also going to add so response and value. After this actually we need to add something, some new page. So next on click finish, navigate to new page slash component to show AI progress. Over here instead of let's say not to say AI progress, but we'll say AI navigate to new page component and pass all of selected all of this information over here. So here I added something like this, show progress at loading with the proper info while generating AI response on this new component. Okay, and once everything is generated, then save that info to Firebase Firestore or Firebase database for that user only. Okay, so this information we added. Basically we are telling that whatever the page new component we are creating, we need to show some kind of loading that okay, this is completed or now it's creating a dial plan. So this kind of loading indicator we are just adding it. Okay, now let's send this information and we'll wait for the final result. Right now it also gives the implementation plan, and inside the implementation plan, if you carefully observe that now we need to get a Gemini API key obviously in order to work it, and I'm going to tell you how to get this Gemini API for a free so that you can use a free model. Also it will install the Gemini AI SDK in order to make it work. And then once everything is completed, you are happy with the implementation plan, simply click proceed, and now we'll wait for the complete implementation and the result. Now right now, once the implementation is completed, you need to add this API key. So I will just copy this Gemini API key as it is, then head to the .env file which we already created, and inside that you have paste this API key. Now in order to generate this API key, simply navigate to the Google AI Studio. Okay, so you can visit to the aistudio.google.com. Now this is the Google's AI model where you can play around it. This playground is very interesting because you can test all the Google's AI model. Now the next important thing, in order to get this API key, go to this API key, and here you have option to create a new API key. Now I already generated the API key which I am going to use, so I will just simply copy it, and if you see I am on the free trial. Okay, so that's a good thing. Let's go over here and then paste it inside the Gemini API key. Perfect. Also, one more important thing that you need to make sure, if I go to this config and AI model, make sure the model name. Okay, now this model is, make sure it's available and working. So in order to get the proper model name, and so that you can simply go to the Google AI Studio playground, click on this, and you can just copy the model name. So in this case, if you see, we'll copy this Gemini 3 flash preview, but there are many other model. So I will just copy that model name, then we'll head back and we're gonna replace this model name over here and then save it. Now I will reload this application because we are on the page. It looked like we already saved the data, so we'll see now. So over here, if you see, we have all the user information. I think we need to delete this so that we can test everything. So over here we'll say is setup completed, and let's go back, and now again I have to refresh it. Okay, because we are setting the field saying it is setup completed, and that's the reason it's not navigating to the form that we want. Now if you see, we got the form. Now one more important thing, if it's not redirecting to the form, it means your local storage is still have the data which you saved in previous step. So when you click on the sign out button, then make sure to clear the local storage as well. Now if I go and select this option, and let's add birth date. Over here let's add weight and height, and then click finish. Now on the click of finish, if you see, it's saying that okay, creating a plan, and then you will see it's changing the data. It means it's actually working on something, and now if you see, it generated the data as well. Now in order to verify whether it's generated a response or not, you can simply head to the Firebase, and inside the Firebase you will see a daily calorie needed. This is the fitness tip. The macros, it contains how much carbs you need daily, how much protein you need daily, the plant summary, water intake, how much water you need to take, and the goal information and all the other details which is needed later on in this particular app. Okay, so that's how we have to save all of this information. One small thing that I'm going to implement and gonna change, when the AI is generating the data, we are showing a loading state. So instead of just showing that loading state, here we're gonna mention on AI generating response page, when we show a loading, show list check and show loading when it's generating, and check mark after some time when it's completed. or here in this case you can add a dummy timer to check mark except last, and last one will finish once AI give response. Okay, so this is basically nothing but the check mark we are going to add with a loading state. It's not a big thing, okay, but it's nice to have. It looks our UI much better, so that's the reason I'm adding this particular feature. And the thing I was talking about is this one. Okay, so that's the reason I wanted to show how it actually works. Somehow the check box check icon is not showing, but if you see it selecting all that particular option as soon as it's completed, and once you save the data, it's redirecting to a home screen. If you see, we are getting an error inside the generating. Maybe the fire variant is solid, so maybe you can remove this variant. Maybe because of that we have that error over here. I will remove that one as well and then save it. Perfect. So that's how we have to add this step form, make an AI integration so that it will generate a proper output and save it to our database as well. Okay, so if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. This is very crucial step because we need to make sure that we have the data generated and stored into our database. Now, before moving to the next chapter, let's push our code to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review our code and will update with a summary, as well as if there is any issue in the code, then it will add the comment as well on that part. So I will just going to create a new branch, and inside this we'll say step form for new users. Hit enter. Here we'll say implemented step form for new users. Make sure to stage all of these changes, then give the commit message, publish your branch, go to the GitHub. Here you will get an option to create a new pull request for your updated changes. Simply click on create pull request. Now we have to wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code. Right now if you see, CodeRabbit started reviewing your code. Once that is done, you can simply merge your pull request to the main branch. Now in this chapter we are going to add a tab navigation. After successfully adding a step form and once user on the home screen, we are going to show a tab navigation. When we say the tab navigation, that is nothing but at the bottom, if you see this example, right, here we have this tab navigation, and on the click you can immediately change that particular screen. Okay, and obviously in all the new application, the tab navigation is quite popular, and that's what we are going to add in this particular app as well. So adding a tab navigation is the first step towards building our home screen and other pages. So we have to make sure our tab navigation is in place inside our app, so it will be very easy. Now if you see this mockup, I just designed this mockup referring other designs as well. So we are going to add three options: your home, analysis and profile, and on the click of plus sign we are going to open a pop-up where user can simply scan the food or even log the exercise and other detail. But for now let's focus on this tab navigation section. So we'll go back to our Google Antigravity, and inside this we're gonna add a prompt, and here we'll say now let's add new tab, or we'll say add tab navigation with three tabs: home, then analytics and profile. Make sure this tab navigation is floating, and on right of tab after third option add floating add button, or we'll say floating button plus 2, or we can just like that. Okay, floating button for plus, and it should be rounded. Okay, so this one we added. Also make sure once user open app and user is sign in and step form also completed, then navigate to home screen of tab navigation. Okay, so we are just telling all the possibility in order to navigate user to the proper tab navigation home screen. Okay, now let's pass this prompt, and now we'll wait for the implementation plan and the final result. Now we have the implementation plan ready, and if you see it adding all of this tab folder, along with that all the tab navigation. We also have the navigation flow where it should redirect once user is sign in, and at the bottom you will see a final plan. So we'll simply say proceed. Now if you think your design is not as you expect, then make sure to give the prompt again, okay, and in order to fix that. So that's the reason having a design ready, it will be very helpful in order to write your prompt, because you know what you want, and then depends on that you can just add all of the requirement into the prompt. And now once it is done, you will see that we have this beautiful tab navigation, and you can easily switch it, say, okay. And we also have this plus button, and it's a floating tab navigation as well, which give you a professional and modern look to our tab. So that's how you have to add a tab navigation. You can see all the setup, but if you think that you want some modification, make sure to add that into the prompt. Now let's push all our code. So we'll create a new branch first, and then inside this we'll say tab navigation. Here we'll say tab navigation as a commit message, and then make sure to stage all of these changes, say commit, and then simply publish your branch. After that, let's go back to the GitHub repo so that we can create a pull request. And once you create the pull request, make sure to wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code, and then merge your pull request to a main branch. Now let's implement the home screen. If you see, I already added a mockup. On the top section, we are going to show a header with a username and notification bell icon. Then we have the current week date, and on the selection of date, we are going to fetch the data on that particular date, like how much calorie user consume for that particular day. Then the day calorie count status section, where it will show how many calorie you consume on that particular day, along with some extra information like how much protein, how much fat, and how much carb it included. Then AI report summary. So based on your current data, it will show the AI summary for that. Obviously this is optional and we'll implement later on. Then an option to display all the activity that you did. Okay, so here on the click of plus button, you can add that activity, and then it will show under this recent section. Now while implementing this particular page, we have to make sure you implement a small part of each this complete page. For example, first we'll implement this header section, then this current week section, and so on, instead of just adding everything in one prompt. Okay, so it helps us if you want to fix something, you can just update it immediately. Okay, so let's go back to our Google's Antigravity, and then let's add it. So over here, now let's implement home screen. First, at top, I want to add user profile image with welcome as text, and just below that user name. Okay, and on right side notification bell icon. Okay, so this is the simplest way, and if you see, the prompt is small, no nothing is complicated in that one, and whatever we want we can just mention exactly. Okay, make sure to create separate and separate component for this and display on home screen tab at top. Okay, and then hit enter. And that's the reason when you are developing any application, you have to make sure you are planning in a such a way that it will not complicate your application when you are asking anything to the AI. Now we'll wait for the result. Here we got the implementation plan. If I open this, you will see the profile is a rounded one, then we have this text, and then also we have some padding. Then also on the right hand side we want notification. It might miss that particular part, but we'll see what we are getting in the final result. So we'll proceed with this, and now it's implemented. We'll see how it looks, and if I go over here, you will see that we have this beautiful top heading section with the notification bell icon and everything. Beautiful, right? And that's what we are expected. Okay, now the next part is to implement this particular section. Now this section is little bit complicated because we have to make sure we'll give an exact prompt for this one. Now in order to add this particular component, I already wrote a prompt. Okay, so we'll copy this prompt first, and then I will explain what this prompt all about. Okay, this is not a rocket science that writing any prompt. It just you can explain to the AI model what you are actually looking for. So we are saying that now create a new component for a home screen and add just below to the header, and I want to show a current week day in this format, and date just a number below to the day in the rounded circle. Use a flat list so I can go back to the previous week as well. Also make sure to highlight today's date and option to select any date and add highlight to that with a different style. Okay, now we'll send this and we'll see what kind of output it actually generating. We might need to update it and fix some of the things, okay, if it's not working, because this design is little bit complicated. The another option is along with your prompt, you can even send the screenshot of this particular section so that it will highlight properly. Okay, but let's try with this prompt only. Now we have this implementation plan, and I will definitely suggest you to go with this implementation plan as well. So right now with the implementation plan, if you see this UI design, so I think it understands what we actually looking for. Okay, it also detect that you want a horizontal flat list. That's good. The styling, if you see, the default color is gray and transparent white background. If it's selected, then it show a primary background and white text, and today but it's unselected, primary color with a border. I think that's pretty good. And you will see this screen as well, so it will import this date selector option, which is a new component, and it will place just below to this home header. That's good. Let's proceed with this implementation plan. So that's why this ID is quite interesting, because it will give you the implementation plan, and once you are agree with that, then only it will proceed. Now we got the output, and this is how it look like. Okay, so it's not bad, that's what we expected, but there are a few things that we need to change. First, if I scroll this, right, I don't want this kind of scrolling. I just want the complete week to display, along with when I scroll it, it will show the previous week. Okay, not like this. And second thing, the text is missing when you select any of this particular previous value, right? So that is a second fix. Also we want some kind of border, so let's go over here and just tell to this prompt. So first we'll say selected day text color or text not visible, then I want to show all 7 days for current week on screen, and make sure when I go back to previous week, it will show all days from previous week. Okay, that is very important. Second thing, add border around date selection for each date and then hit enter. So now we'll wait for the result and we'll see what it will come with. And now if you see, we have this proper information. If I click on this one, it will show the selected one as well, and I can even go back to the previous week. Perfect. But make sure it will not go to the next week. It's also going to the next week. Obviously it doesn't make sense to go to the next week. So here we'll say do not add next week info, next week dates, only current and previous week. Or here we say do not display next week dates, only current and previous week, and then we'll pass that. So that's how easily you can even modify the changes. Now currently this emulator width is smaller, but once I have big width, or you can test on your actual phone, it look much better than this one. And now we have the result as well, and if you see, I cannot go to the next week. Perfect, right? So that's how we have to implement it. Let's implement this gallery section. Now adding this kind of progress bar is very big task, because you will not find anywhere such kind of progress bar or any library. So that's the reason I already wrote a code for you, which is a custom progress bar. Simply copy this, okay, and then once you copy it, you can create a new component called half progress bar, and inside that simply paste the code which you copied. Okay, as simple as that. After this, you can just add a prompt. Now create new card to show remaining calories count. Okay, now when we want to add this particular section, right, now make sure here we want to add a text calorie, and also on the right side we want to add an edit option. Okay, so this option also we want, and then this particular progress bar. So we'll add that first. So we'll add a prompt accordingly. Show calories as a text on left side and edit option on right. Then use half progress component, which is already present in component folder, to display half progress bar. Okay, and I think for now this is pretty much, and let's send this. Okay, now we'll wait for the result, but now the expectation is we'll get this calorie, this edit button, and this particular section as well. We did not edit this particular card yet, okay, but now we'll wait and we'll see what it actually generating for us. So we got the implementation plan for this one, and I think the whatever we want, I think this is perfectly fitting to our design. So we'll say proceed with this one. Currently it will apply the mock data, okay, but later on we are going to update with the actual data, which we are going to fetch it from the Firebase Firestore. Now if you see, the implementation is complete and it added this particular section. It's look good, but not the one which we expected. Now what you need to do, simply you can go to this calorie card, and inside that we have this circle progress, right? In that one you have to decrease this segment. Let's say you can just show a segment 16, okay, and you have to give an height. So stroke width, we can say here we can give it, let's say 40, okay, or let's make it 30. You have to play around with this particular segment and all. And once you set this kind of value, right, as I say, you have to play around it, and you will get some result like this. See, and which is the similar to what our mockup is. Perfect, right? Now whatever the inside text you are seeing, you can even update that. You can simply go to this component which we created, which is the half circle progress, and inside this component I already added this text, which you can just uncomment it, and you will see this fire icon as well. That's look much better. Also, if you want, let me bring this down so it will be easy for you. You can simply update this segment as well. Okay, so if I change this segment to let's say 13, you will see it change quickly. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to apply these segments, but you have to make sure your segment and gap angle you will update at the both the time to match the proper width. Okay, now for the edit icon, we want to change it this text to an icon. Okay, so let me increase this VS Code size and open the agent manager, and here we'll say replace edit text slash button with edit icon. Okay, and then simply send it. And because this is a small change, it will not give any implementation plan. It will directly update this particular icon for you. Next, we want to show the protein, fat and the carbs section. Okay, so if I go back to the mockup, this particular section, so we're gonna add inside the prompt in the same card. Now show proteins count, then fat count and carbs count along with proper icons in colors. Make sure to give light background color to this section. So that's all we'll say. Here we'll say light primary background color. Okay, and let's send this one. Now it will give you that particular section, but if the layout is not properly implemented, so make sure to update and ask AI model to update your UI again. Right now if you see, we got the data, but it's not look that good. So here we're gonna update it. Here we'll say make this section as a grid, but give gap between those between cards and transparent background to each section. Here we'll say not transparent, light green background to each section, and make icon little bit bigger and send it. Okay, or if you want to do it by yourself, you can also do it by yourself as well. And if you see, I also updated the icon and now it's much better than the old one. Perfect. Now currently it's just a mock data and we need to make sure to fetch a real data for that particular user. So over here we're gonna add a prompt. Now fetch real data from Firebase. Make sure to fetch data based on selected date only. Okay, and so that's what we are adding. Also need to make sure on click of floating plus button we are going to add logged / activity for calories and all, and then based on total user calorie needed minus user calories consumed, and same logic apply for proteins fat and carb data as well. Okay, and that's information we need to send. I think that's all we needed. Let's send it and let's wait for the result. And now we have the implementation plan as well. Here we'll find all the details how it's gonna implement and all. And then once we are happy with it, let's proceed for the actual implementation. Now I have few things we need to make sure once we have the real data. So on this particular card, we are showing the how much calorie are remaining, and same thing we are showing how much proteins or fats or carb are remaining. Okay, so we have to update this particular card section, and as well as if you see it's showing completed. Okay, the dark green is nothing but the completed one, so that also we need to revert it. As soon as user complete, then only we need to show it as a filled one. Okay, so over here let me add a new prompt, and inside this prompt we'll just add update progress with remaining value, or here we'll say remaining value is need to calculate, and if, or maybe here we can just add update progress, or we will say for progress value range from 0 to 1, and if user did not consume any calories, then value will be 0, and if calories consume, then increase the value. So calculate based on that. Okay, so that's what we wrote, and next step is update protein, carbs and fat with text as left as protein left, and show count above the text, and hit enter. So these two sections we are just updating. Okay, and now if you see, it gives you proper result where it's showing empty. It means nothing is none of the calories consumed, and it's also updated this value where protein left, fat left or carb left. Perfect. So that's what we wanted, and that's how our calorie section is now ready. Now obviously we are going to add this edit option where user have option to update any of this value. So in order to add that, inside the prompt we'll say on edit calorie section, give user to edit calories, proteins, fats and carbs count, and update that in database. Okay, so here obviously it's a main primary value. Okay, it's not the count, but it's a main primary value which user can update, and use here you can use a dialog, or we can add model to add these edit fields with icons. So let's hit enter, and now we'll wait for the result. Obviously it might give you the implementation plan because it's a big change, but it's totally up to the AI model how it's handling it. Okay, so right now if you see it generated the task, so what need to be completed, and if you see it also give the implementation plan as well. So inside the implementation plan it's adding an update operation, so that's pretty good, and it's using the model as well. So we'll proceed with this particular implementation plan, and now we'll wait for the final result. And once it's implemented, now if I click on this edit, you will see this beautiful model. Obviously it act like a dialog as well, and here you can simply update the calorie, protein and whatever the changes you want. Simply click save and then it will also update on this calorie section side. Perfect, right? So that's how this edit dialog will work. Now next interesting feature that we are going to add is to track the water intake. We already saving the water information while generating the response from the AI, and if you see currently the water is showing with a number. Obviously this 2.8 is in the liter format, but make sure your macros or water intake or even calories in the number type, okay, not in the string type, because it will be helpful to calculate later on. So that's the reason we are adding this water intake in the form of number, and it's a liter. So now another important thing that we need to consider while displaying this water, that if you see we need to show how many are filled water, how many are empty, and we need to show in a proper UI format as well. That's why we added this filled or empty or half glass water. Now the question is how to display it, and that's the reason I added some icons like full glass water, half glass and even empty glass inside our assets images folder. Okay, so I will share these assets with you for a free, so you can use it inside your application as well. Now inside the prompt, just we want to add now in next card, or let's create, here we'll say now create new card to show water intake by user. Here we are going to create new card and place after calories card and show water as a text on left side and edit icon on right. Then I already added empty, or here we say full glass water, half glass water and empty glass icons inside assets/images folder. Use that to show how much user drink the water when he logs the activity. Okay, now also we need to inform that how to calculate this. Fetch water information from database, it's in liter format. Here we say shortcut, or we'll say liter format, and calculate number of glasses based on value. Okay, then show that much glasses, and also if user added any drinking water log, accordingly show fill or half glasses, else empty glass icons. Maximum in one row show 8 glasses and max 2 rows only. Okay, so this much information we are going to display at and below and at bottom of the card inside. So obviously we need to add inside the card. Here we're gonna add how many glasses water needed or left, we can say left. Okay, so it automatically understand what we are actually trying to say. I think that's all for now, and let's hit enter. Now obviously it will give you the implementation plan, because this is a big task And once you read the implementation plan, make sure that all your requirement is filled with that one, and if it works, then proceed with the plan. And if you see, it's already generated the task as well. Now we'll wait for the implementation plan. Now if you see, it's creating a water card, and then it also calculating that one glass equivalent to 0.25 liter, which is the standard glass. Okay, and I also search on the internet that what is the size, and this is the correct one. And then it will calculate the total number of glasses, then full glass, what will be the half glass, and all of this information. That's pretty cool, right? And simply now try to proceed with this implementation plan, and now we'll wait for the final result. Now it's also generated this water glass, and if you see, this is how it look like. Inside the emulator, it's actually looking very small, but in actual it will look much better. But right now if you see on the second row, there are 3 glasses it's showing, because I updated that we want 9 glasses in the top row. So here we're gonna just say only keep one row and remove second row, and depend and maximum 9 glasses in one row, and based on that calculate and fill, or we just say calculate the logic, or calculate the equation, we'll say. Okay, as simple as that, so that it will automatically based on your liter, how much you intake, it automatically calculate, and it will spread across that 9 glasses. Okay, this is quite interesting, because when you see inside your actual device, it will look much better, because in meantime I also updated this icon, so it's now much bigger than the previous one. And now if you see, it's updated our logic, and now it only show one row. Perfect. Now another important thing which need to make sure it's working, when you try to scroll this particular page, it is not scrolling. Okay, in your device as well, you will see it's not working as expected. That's because we added a flat list, we added this component, but we have to make sure our React Native page is scrollable, and we have to do that, we have to implement that logic. So we have to tell make sure to home screen is scrollable, so wrap home screen inside scrollable component, or use flat list. So flat list is very popular and powerful component inside the React Native. Okay, so flat list also helpful when you want to scroll on the screen, or use flat list for scroll. Okay, and then simply hit it. Now this small topic you will not understand if you are not from the React Native background, and that's the reason this particular video and the course is very helpful, even though if you are new to this application development. Okay, so that's why I'm making sure that each small points I'm taking care of it, so that you will understand and it will be easy for you. Now once it fixes it, you can check what is the actual implementation did it. So inside this index.tsx file, which is our home screen, if you scroll little bit down, you will see it wrap inside the scroll view. Okay, which make our complete application scrollable. As I say, the scroll view is again a React Native component which help us to scroll our application, or instead of that one you can also use a flat list. It's totally up to you. Okay, now next thing, if I try to edit this water, you will see that same model is opening, but in this case you will see a water section as well in order to update it. Okay, so it are reusing the same component and instead of making a duplicate component, and that's quite interesting, right? So obviously if you want to change, let's say you want to make this 3 liter, right? And then let's update this, and once you update, you will see it's updated on this card as well. Now it's time to add this recent activity section where whenever user click on this plus button, which is the floating button, then we are going to add an option to log the exercise, add a drink water option, or food database, or scan food, right? And once user added any food, so obviously it will have the calorie information. That particular activity we need to show under this recent section. But if there is a no activity log, in that case we need to show some empty state. So if you can search for the design how it should be look like, but in my case, if you see, we can show something like this, right? Not exactly, but similar to this one. So I'm gonna go back and let's implement this empty state first. So inside this, let me increase this size, and we are basically adding a new prompt, and we're gonna say now next we want to implement new section for log activity below to water, drink water card. Say drink water card. Give title as recent activity, and if there is no activity found in database for that user, show empty state and show, or here we can simply add proper message to add activity for the day. Okay, so something like this. Make sure to add icons related to empty state. So this is a only section prompt, okay, which we want to add. We are not implementing the complete feature yet, but we will go step by step and then hit enter. So first we'll add this particular component, which is an empty state component, and then we'll learn, or we'll implement how to add this particular section. On the click, we want to open this 4 option inside the model. Now we'll wait for this result. Obviously it will give the implementation plan. Right now inside the implementation plan, if I go over here, it will create a recent activity file, and then it will implement the empty state. So obviously I will proceed with this implementation plan, and then we'll wait for the result. And after implementing, if you see, now we have this recent activity section, and it's saying no activity found, add your first meal to track calories. Pretty cool, right? And then obviously on the click of this plus sign, we want to open those 4 options so that user can log the food, water, or even the exercise as well. Now it's time to add this recent activity section where whenever user click on this plus button, which is the floating button, then we are going to add an option to log the exercise, add a drink water option, or food database, or scan food, right? And once user added any food, so obviously it will have the calorie information. That particular activity we need to show under this recent section. But if there is a no activity log, in that case we need to show some empty state. So if you can search for the design how it should be look like, but in my case, if you see, we can show something like this, right? Not exactly, but similar to this one. So I'm gonna go back and let's implement this empty state first. So inside this, let me increase this size, and we are basically adding a new prompt, and we're gonna say now next we want to implement new section for log activity below to water, drink water card, say drink water card, give title as recent activity, and if there is no activity found in database for that user, show empty state and show, or here we can simply add proper message to add activity for the day. Okay, so something like this. Make sure to add icons related to empty state. So this is a only section prompt, okay, which we want to add. We are not implementing the complete feature yet, but we will go step by step and then hit enter. So first we'll add this particular component, which is an empty state component, and then we'll learn, or we will implement how to add this particular section. On the click, we want to open this 4 option inside the model. Now we'll wait for this result. Obviously it will give the implementation plan. Right now inside the implementation plan, if I go over here, it will create a recent activity file, and then it will implement the empty state. So obviously I will proceed with this implementation plan, and then we'll wait for the result. And after implementing, if you see, now we have this recent activity section, and it's saying no activity found, add your first meal to track calories. Pretty cool, right? And then obviously on the click of this plus sign, we want to open those 4 options so that user can log the food, water, or even the exercise as well. Now on the click of this floating plus button, we want to open an option where user can log the exercise, either drink water, or you can also search from the food database in order to add a calorie or option to scan the food. Now this scan food is an premium feature which is only available to the paid user. So along with this particular card, we are also going to add an logo or icon for each of them. So let's go back to the Google Antigravity and let's add it. Now on click of plus floating button, open a model with 4 options in grid format at bottom side, just above the floating button, and options are 1. Log exercise, then second is add drink water, third search, or we will just say food database, and 4 scan food. Now add these 4 options along with icons, and scan food option is premium, which is only available for paid user. So add small icon as premium, and for paid user keep it as mock or placeholder. Okay, so these 4 options we need to add along with the some other details. Make sure to show 2 card in 1 row. Okay, and then hit enter. Now I think this all the details which we added into the prompt is good enough to get the proper output as per our expectation. Okay, now we'll wait for the implementation plan and then we'll wait for the final result. In implementation plan, you can modify if there is something missing or you want to add some other important feature. And now once it is implemented, you can simply click on this plus sign and then you will see this beautiful model along with this 4 option. But right now I feel this card background white color, I don't want it. So you can simply add a prompt to remove that. Here we'll say remove card white background and just make it transparent and just keep background to options and hit enter. Okay, so this is small change which you can also do it from your side, or you can just tell to the AI to remove this background. But other than that, I think that's it, this look much better as per our expectation. Okay, so we'll wait for the final result, and after implementing this change, if you see now it's look much better, and this is what our design should be look like. Okay, perfect. So if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section, because this particular feature is very important because from there we are going to learn how to add a log exercise, how to add drink water option, or even how to search the food database. So we are going to get a proper authorized food database, and from that user can easily search it, add his calorie, and also the scan food feature, which is the premium feature, which also we are going to add in this particular course. Now let's jump onto the functionality where user can add his activity. The first thing we are going to implement is logging the exercise. Now when user click on log exercise, we are going to add an option to select which kind of exercise user want to log. So first, which is let's say running or walking, then weightlifting if user is working out in a gym, or user can even enter a manual calorie burn. Now once user click any of these, it will navigate to this new screen. Okay, now this both type of exercise will navigate to the same kind of screen, but manual has a different screen that we are going to implement. But once user click on this run or weightlifting, we are giving option to select the intensity of the workout, whether it's a high, low, medium, right? And then the duration of that particular workout. So user can select the duration, or user have option to enter the duration as well in a minute. And after that, once user click continue, our formula, which is used by Apple, Fitbit, or even Google, with that formula we are going to calculate a calorie. Now when you are generating this calorie, which include all the users information like his weight, his height, his gender, everything, and based on the formula and the workout, we are going to generate the number of calorie burn. And once user click log, then it will log and save it to our database, and then we are show on the recent tab. So this is a complete workflow for logging the exercise. Okay, now I already created a prompt for this particular screen, and it's quite easy and small. So if you see, we are just telling in the first prompt that now when user click on the log exercise option, and then it will open a new screen with the log exercise options like a big titles with the log exercise at the top with the back button arrow. Then we are going to show 3 options with the icon, title, and 1 line description. For option 1, we are going to show run. For second, we have weightlifting, and third, the manually. Right? So simply copy this prompt. I will put this prompt inside this eraser doc for free, so you can go ahead and check it out. Now we'll go to this anti-gravity. Let me close all of this for now, and inside this prompt I'm gonna paste whichever prompt we just enter. Okay, and now hit enter. Now we'll wait for the implementation plan, go through the implementation plan, and then we'll wait for the final result. Now we have the implementation plan ready, so we'll open that one, and if you see inside this UI we have all of these options. That's pretty cool. I think I'm okay with this implementation plan. Simply click on proceed. Now once it is implemented, if I click on this plus sign, you will see an option called log exercise. Click on it and then it navigates to this particular screen. Now I want this log exercise below to this button. So over here I will just mention move log exercise heading below to back button and increase font size. Okay, and then hit enter. So these small changes also you can tell to the AI model and then he will update the requested changes for you. And I think this is much better than the previous one. Now the second screen which will show on the click of this cardio option and weightlifting option, and for that one I already have the prompt. So in that one I'm just saying that on the click of cardio and weightlifting, navigate to the new screen where we want to show a back button, and below that we want to show a selected option as a title and description of the selected option. Then in the card option we need to show a select intensity where user can select the intensity between low, medium, high using the slider, and below that we want to show a duration card to select from the default value, so which is 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes and 90 minutes, or option to enter manually. Okay, so over here enter manually. So just copy this prompt which is again available for free, and I will just go to this anti-gravity. Over here I will paste that and then simply hit it. Now once you send this prompt, now it will give you the implementation plan, so we'll wait for that. Now in the implementation plan it added all of this information. Okay, so obviously it is using chips. At the top we have intensity picker as well. I think this is pretty good, and here we'll proceed with this implementation plan. And now once it is implemented, we'll go to this cardio section, and if you see we have this beautiful form where you can select the intensity and the duration as well. Now over here obviously for intensity it added a tab kind of selection option instead of the slider, but you can just tell to the AI prompt that you can add a slider. But for me I think this is also looking good, so I will go with this particular UI design. For the duration it missed adding the clock icon, so here I'm just going to add duration, add icon for duration in title. So we'll write like this and then just simply send it. And now if you see we have this icon for the duration. Okay, perfect. So you can check for both this exercise. Okay, and for both this exercise it will navigate to the same page. Okay, so that is expected one. Now for the third option we just want to give a manual entry section where user can simply enter the calorie. So over here I can now directly write for manual option, on click on it, navigate to new page where user have option to enter manual calorie count, show proper UI and fire icon for calories, and log button at bottom, show input option in center of screen, or we will not add this one. Okay, just keep it as simple as that. And now we'll wait for this new screen for the manual entry. And now once it implemented, we'll go ahead and we'll check, and that's look pretty good. So here for example we'll say you just burn 150 calorie, and here you have option to enter the description as well, and then at the end we'll say log calories. Here we will not write kilocalorie, we just want a calorie, so I will just remove this k, and I think this is good, perfect. Okay, and then on the click of log calorie we need to save it to our database. So let's implement for this particular screen to log the calories, because we know the calorie, right? So here we can say on log calories in manual entry page, save log entry to database. I think that's all we needed, okay, for that user only, and then send it. Here we have the implementation plan, and I think there is nothing much to worry about. We'll proceed with these changes. And if you see, it's implemented successfully. So we have this log service.ts file which contain a logic to save it, and in manual calorie as well. So on click, so here if you see we have this handle log, means on click of that log button, it look like it's not implemented, it just consoling the data. So maybe we'll make sure. Let me go back here, add calorie, log calorie, and nothing happened, right? It's just going back. So over here we'll say on log calorie, click save calories information inside manual calories page. Okay, and then navigate to home screen and pull updated data along with calorie log value, add to the remaining calories, calorie count. Okay, so we have to make sure, so when user log this calorie, right, we need to increase this count as well, because user burn out the calorie and obviously user need to intake again. So that's the reason we are making sure that calorie will add to this particular calorie section. Okay, so once it added, let's try it out. So obviously we just implemented for the manual entry, so I added 100 calorie, and here we'll say log calories, and if you see we have this beautiful loading, and boom, if you see the total calorie count is also increased from 2450 to 2550. Okay, it means it get logged. Now if I go back to our Firebase and let me refresh this database, or you can just switch the tab, so it will fetch a latest data. And if you see for the user, we have the logs as a new collection, and inside the log for that particular date, means today, we have the exercise log, and inside the exercise obviously we added this particular count. Perfect. And at the top you will see the calorie burn value as well. Okay, so that's what we wanted. Now obviously we need to show that data on this recent activity tab, but we'll do it after some time, because we also need to make sure on the selection of this one, it should calculate with the formula in order to get the calorie burn. Okay, depends on all the total all the information. So I'm going to write a prompt over here. I will pause the video, I will write a prompt because it might be a little bit longer, and then we'll explain what this prompt actually do. So here now the third and final prompt is ready in order to calculate the calorie and show it on the screen, and on the click of log it will save to our database. So let me copy this prompt so that I can explain you, and we'll go to this Antigravity over here. I'm gonna paste this prompt. So let me just remove this extra space. Now first thing, we'll just telling to the AI that on the click of cardio and weightlifting farms screen, when user click on continue button, then based on user data like height, weight, age, workout type, user's gender, and along with the user workout selected intensity and the duration, we have to write a formula to calculate the total calorie burn. Now we have to also make sure that the formula is also used by Apple and Fitness or Fitbit, okay, and based on that it will calculate the total or correct calorie burn. And then we want to navigate to a new screen to show a calculated calorie burn with a fire icon in the center. So it's just about the UI how we want to show. Then at the bottom we need to add a log button, and on the click of that we want to save information to our database. And then once it is saved, navigate to the home screen, and then we need to show a total calories burned with the updated data. Okay, so this all about this final screen, right, in order to get the total calorie. Now let's hit it and now wait for the implementation plan. Now it also giving the plan how it actually gonna write the formula, what are the things are required. If I go to this implementation plan, inside this implementation plan, if you see, this is the formula to calculate. So duration with the MET based on the user's information like weight, gender, the height and everything, and then it will calculate the MET value, obviously, which contain the cardios, weights and lot of other things. Okay, so let's proceed with this. Obviously you don't need to understand each and every detail because AI is doing for us. Now if you see, it's implemented, and we also have this exercise summarize screen. So let's test this out. So I select this medium intensity and I work out for 30 minutes. I think that's all we need it. Let's click continue, and boom, if you see, it'll calculate the total calorie burn, okay, which is actually a correct one because I already work out and I almost lost 300 calories just now. So it's getting the correct value. And once you click log workout, then it will add to our total calorie remaining section as well. Okay, and obviously same thing will happen if I go to this log exercise, go to the cardio. Here we'll say you did a medium and you also did only 15 minute. Let's click continue, and in this case if you see, the calorie is little bit less, and if you log that, you will keep adding to your total calorie remaining. Perfect. So that's how guys you have to add this log exercise option, which is very important feature inside this calorie tracker app. Once you add all the log to your database, we need to make sure to display it on the screen. So where we are showing this recent activity, once you have the list of log, right, we can simply show it on the screen. Now if it's an exercise, the card will look like this. So that's the reason I added this mock-up design. Now this is applicable for the exercise log. Okay, now this might be a different for the drink water, obviously not drink water, but you can add that one. For food database it might be a different, so that's the reason I kept a different card design for each of these log items. Now on the left, obviously it will show which kind of exercise it is, the name of that exercise, then how many calorie user burn, its intensity, which we already have information, and when you actually log this particular activity. Right now if you go to the database, you will see all of this information as well. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's implement it. So we'll write a prompt. Here we'll say, now in home screen under recent activity, show added log by user on that particular on the selected date, on the selected date. Now for exercise type log activity, show a card with icon, big icon on left based on exercise type, then on right of icon show exercise name, below that fire icon and calories burn, below that intensity with type and duration with value, and on top right corner of the card show log time. Okay, so I think that's all we needed. I don't think so anything else we need. Okay, and just we need to add one more thing. Whenever new activity log added, make sure to refresh automatically. Perfect, and then hit enter. So basically it's quite simple. Whatever we have the mockup, everything we explain as it is. Okay, now we'll wait for the result and we'll see what kind of output we are getting. Obviously it will give the implementation plan, then click proceed and then wait for the result. Now simply once you have the implementation plan, just go through it, okay, and make sure so whatever you added into the prompt exactly in same way you are getting the result or not, and then once you are happy with that, simply click proceed. And once it is implemented, this is how it look like. Perfect, right? So it has all of this information as well. Okay, so that's how you have to show the recent activity once you log the details. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now let's push all of this code which we made, and so we're gonna create a new branch first, and inside this branch we'll add home screen and log exercise implementation. Hit enter, make sure to stage all of these changes. I will give the commit message as well, and then simply say commit. Once you commit, make sure to publish your branch. Now in this way you are also not losing your code as well. Now simply I will go to the GitHub, and here you have option to create the pull request. Simply click create pull request and then wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code, and once it reviewed, merge your pull request to the main branch. Now the next feature that we are going to add is the add drink water log. Now on the click of this add drink water, it will navigate to these interesting pages. Okay, it look quite interesting because we are adding a visual representation of water intake. Now if you see when you just jump on this page, we want to show an empty glass and button to add water or minus to remove the water. Okay, between these actually we want to show how much water user drinks, something like this. Okay, then on the click of this plus, obviously we're going to show a glass is half full. Okay, means half glass with the water and the count. Again if user click again one more plus, then it will show a full glass and with a total water which has this inside this glass. But if user again press, obviously we will show one full glass plus one half glass and so on, right? We'll show maximum 4 full glasses. If user want to add 4 more, he can add it once the current log is get added. Okay, as simple as that. And on the click of this button, obviously it will save to our database. Now I already wrote the prompt because it's little bit bigger and need few things to update every time. So instead of just erasing inside my prompt, I already added for you so that you can simply copy that. So let me bring this and I will just copy that and we paste it inside our Google Antigravity. And once you paste, let's hit enter. I want to see the option name. So here we have an option called add drink water. So here we'll say add drink water option. Okay, and then send it. Now this is a big change. Okay, it might not work as expected or display as expected. You might need to update the prompt later on, depends on how the output it gives us. Okay, but we'll wait for the implementation plan and we'll see whether our prompt understand by this AI or not. And if you see, if I open this implementation plan, over here we have this UI design. I think this is what we expect. and I think I'm happy with this implementation plan, so I will click on the proceed, and now we'll wait for the final result. Now once it is implemented, let's see the result. So we'll go to the plus, add water, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful empty glass option and option to add and fill up this glass. If I click on this plus, you will see it's get added. If I click again, say, pretty cool, right? And obviously it will add maximum 4 glasses, okay, and then it will disable. And also you can remove the water from the glass as well. And once you are happy with it, just click log water, and after this it will navigate to this home screen. Pretty cool, right? Right now, one important thing, if you see it's showing all the glasses are full, that because it log with a liter and not an ml, right? So that we need to fix, but other than that, I think everything's look good. And inside the database as well, if I go to this particular date for log, you will see a water. Okay, now only thing that we need to fix on the home screen, we need to make sure it's not in the liter. So here we're gonna write on home screen water card section, the drink water count is in ml and not in liter. So update the logic accordingly. Okay, and then hit enter. It's a small change, but obviously it's affecting everything. So we'll wait for the result. And now once it updated, you will see this glass is filled up because we have 125 ml water drink. This other glass is look smaller because there is some cache issue. I updated my icon, so it's supposed to look bigger because in the actual or device, right, it show perfectly fine. But that's how it works. Now if I try to add some more water, okay, so I will add 375, we'll say log water, and then you will see one more is filled, right? Obviously it calculates based on how much water glasses you have on this particular screen and not on the basis of how much glass you fill. Okay, so based on that you will see the result on the home screen. So that's all. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now before going to the next section, we'll first push all our changes. So we'll go create a branch first and we'll name it as log water intake. Then we stage all of these change. Here we'll say log water intake, hit enter or just add a commit, make sure to publish your branch, and then go to the GitHub in order to create the pull request. Once you create the pull request, make sure to merge to the main branch. Now it's time to add the food database search option. On the click of this food database, we want to navigate to the new screen where user can simply search the food. Now in order to get the list of food, right, we need a database, and that's why we are going to use an food search database API, which is nothing but the fatsecret.com. This is a free API where you can search and authorize and 100% correct nutrition data for the foods. Now this free API endpoint which you can easily use it. I will put the link in the description so that you can simply create a new account with this. Once you create a new account, simply go to the account details, or you can have option called view and manage API key. Inside this section you have option to generate API key, and then it will generate a client ID as well as consumer key and the consumer secret key. Right now, once you implemented this one, right, after generating API key for that, you need to generate a sign auth you need to generate an access token using this sign auth method, and then that access token you need to pass to your search API. Now if I go back to the dashboard, you can simply go to this API reference, and inside that you will find an auth 2.0 that you need to sign your API key in order to generate the access token, which is valid only for 24 hours. So every time when you generate the access token, you have to make sure it's valid, and then if it's expiring, you have to make sure it will generate it again. Okay, so that's how you have to update. So this is the first task. And then second task, if you go back over here, we have option called food, and inside the food for the search version 4, here you need to pass the access token in order to get the response. Now inside the response, if I click JSON, you will see you will get the food name, the food type, and also the food images. You will get it, and at the bottom you will find the serving option and how much calorie, fat, protein available into that particular food. It gives all the nutrition data like sodium, potassium, fiber, sugar, vitamins, everything. Okay, so all of this info you will get in this particular API. But remember one thing, some of the features are only available to the paid plan. Okay, so you can even use a search API endpoint as well, and inside this search API endpoint you can see how the response will look like. Okay, so inside the food description only you will get all the details. Also you can switch to other version if you want to look how it actually the response will look like and whether you are getting the proper data or not. Okay, now once this is decided, now we'll go back to our anti-gravity, and then we are going to start implementing it. Okay, so inside this prompt I'm gonna simply write, now on click of food database, navigate to new screen where at top show back button icon, below that add search food as a text and search bar to search food database. Now in order to call API endpoint, and then you need to pass this API endpoint information, right? So first I will go to this authentication, let's go to this auth 2.0. okay, and then you can simply copy this URL, we'll go back. So now here we can just simply say, now in order to call API endpoint, first generate access token from platform.fatsecret.com, and then once we have access token which is valid for 24 hours, so make sure before it expire generate new one, and then use that access token to make search API request. Okay, now if I go over here, and obviously we'll go to the search and we'll find which is free for us. So if I go to the version 3, so this version 3 is deprecated. Let's go to the version 2. It looks like version 2 is also deprecated. Let me search. Only version 1, okay, and version 4 is valid, but if you see version 4 only for the premium exclusive, which you can apply for a free because it has a free option to apply. But let's go with the version 1 for now, and then we're gonna simply copy that and we'll enter it that information, and then here we'll say to make API request check doc here, and then once user search after 3 character make API call to get top 5 result and display in flat list below to search bar. Okay, so whatever we want to display, how it works, we just added that information. I think that's all first part we'll implement. We don't want to implement everything at once. Okay, in that list card, show food name, below that serving size, then calorie count. Okay, so here we'll say calorie count. So that basic information we need to display when users search it. Okay, and one more important thing, we want to add an on right plus icon inside inside card. Okay, so this information I think is pretty good. Obviously it will check that particular API endpoint. It might add an incorrect code, but we will verify whether we are getting a correct result or not. Now simply send this prompt, and now we'll wait for the implementation plan. Now if you see that we have this implementation plan, and inside this implementation plan you will see it generating a get access token method, and then obviously it will call this API endpoint to generate the secure token, and then we gonna it will create a new method called search food to call this API endpoint. And now once you are happy with this implementation plan, you can also verify with the documentation and then simply click proceed. Now it looks like it's implemented. Our functionality is still waiting, but in meantime we need to add this client ID and client secret key. Okay, so inside the food service.ts it added this both the client ID and client secret key. So we go to the food service, and over here if you see here we need to add a client ID and the secret key as well. So in order to get that, you can simply go to the dashboard section. Inside the API key, simply copy both the key which it needed, which is client ID and client secret, and here we'll get the client ID, and here you have option to generate the client secret key. Once you generate, make sure to copy, otherwise you have to create a new one. Okay, now let's go back, and now we'll wait for this result. Here is the one thing that you need to remember. For this auth 2.0 you need to add IP address, and currently it only allow 15 IP addresses. But if you go with this 1 point credential, which is completely free and no IP address, so you can use it directly in your mobile. So make sure to update your prompt so that you can use this auth 1.0 credential. Okay, now if I go back, and you will see the result as well. Now if I go to this food database and search anything, right, let's say egg, then you will get this list of all of these option available. Now interesting fact about this one, you will find a different options. Some of the egg is with a green color, you will see the text is actually brand name. See this egg from the Kroger, and the one egg has a 70 calorie, 100-gram egg white has 52, and you can select any of this. You will get a list of different food type as well. It's not related to just one. Okay, so that's how this food search database will work. Now the next part is, once user click on any of these, we need to navigate to the new screen where we are going to show a food name, number of serving, option to edit the serving quantity, and based on that automatically calories, proteins, everything will get updated. Okay, so if you see this mockup, in the same way we have to add in the inside our prompt. So over here I'm just going to add. Now on select of any food, then navigate to new screen, where at top show back button and text log food, then below that show selected food name in big font size. Here we'll say big font, then show uh, serving size and option to edit that. Also below that, show calorie count card with proper icons and option to edit those calories along with proteins, fat and carbs. Show these three options below to calories card, okay, along with icons. Then at bottom, show a log button to save food log to database, and then navigate to home screen with updated data, okay, and then hit enter. Now obviously it will generate the implementation plan, so we'll wait for that. Once you have the implementation plan, you can just go through it and everything look good to me, and then we'll proceed with that. Now once it is implemented, let's verify. So we'll go to this database. I am vegetarian, so I don't eat egg, but let's go this with this one. So here we'll say 100 gram of whole meal, click add, and okay, so here is thing, it's not working as expected, okay, because when we search it, it should navigate to the new screen, but it's just showing the loading indicator there only, so we have to tell. So here we'll say, okay, let's do one more check. So on click on this card, okay, so let's add that functionality. Here we'll say on click of plus button on food card, make sure to navigate to new screen with all above detail which I mentioned early to log food calories. And now once it is implemented, if I click now, if you see, it's navigate to this particular page where it show all the details, okay, perfect. But the problem is when you edit, right, it works everything perfectly fine, but if I click to it, it's supposed to update all of this information. So we're gonna say now change the serving service section so that when I update serving size number only, then update calories and all other value based on user entered serving size. For example, consider for 1 cup it gives 230 or let's say 200 calories, and if user change to 2 cup, then update calories to 400, like that. Okay, so this change is very important, and that's the reason we are making sure that user will update this particular functionality. Now let's test this out. So we'll go to this egg section. Right now if you see, there is 100 gram and we are generating it's getting a 147. If I double this one, you will see it changes, and not only that, but it changes everything, the protein, fat, carbs and all information, okay. And same thing, if I do this serving and change, it will also update the protein, fat and carbs. And once I click log food, it will save to our database and you will see that food information over here, okay. And not only that, but it also update all of this info. Perfect. So that's how we have to add this particular functionality. Now this API endpoint has API limit. I think in 1 hour you can just make 5,000 requests. I think this is much or it's more than enough for us. Okay, for now I think we are good on this part. If you have any question, any doubt in this feature, let me know in the comment section. Now only part that we need to update is this particular food egg section. Okay, but because here we need to add a proper UI card. So here we can simply say in recent activity section on home screen, when user add food item, then show card with food icon, food name along with calories and serving size as well with proper UI. Okay, and then we'll wait for the final result. Now before going to the next chapter, one more important thing that we need to do is when we add any activity, right? Let's say in this case we added 140 calorie, right? So make sure this need to be just a calorie. Okay, then in that case we need to minus that total calorie only when we add the foods. Okay, not the burn, because when we burn it, obviously you need to make sure that calorie will get added, but when you eat something, right, then obviously we need to increase or we need to decrease this value, but we need to show that you ate something. So in this case we'll just write when user add any food log calories data, then make sure to minus from the total daily calories and then show progress as well. Okay, so this particular things is important. Now it will just update your calculation logic, and now we'll wait for the final result, and then you will see whenever we add any calorie, this count will automatically get decreased. And now if you see, it just updated our calculation, so it will show remaining is equal to target minus consume calorie. And then here now going forward, when we add the data, so let's test this out. So here let's say you eat some vegetables, so I don't know what to enter, let's say burger, and you will see a cheeseburger you ate, so we'll add that. You can see the serving size and all of this detail, see, log the food, and here you will see that change. Perfect, right? And same thing if I added more, so let's try few more. So here we'll say pizza, so we'll eat cheese pizza. Okay, so obviously we have a lot of different example. Let's say one slice you ate, so just select that. Let's say we eat 2 calories, and we'll set the log, and then you will see this progress bar as well. Okay, but the interesting fact, if you work out, right, obviously it will burn it. So if I log the exercise, let's say you run for 15 minutes and will continue, obviously it will burn 147 calorie, log it, and now it decreases because the calorie count now increases, and your goal is to eat all of this the total calories in that particular day. Okay, also one more important thing, if I go to the previous, you will see the previous progress as well. So that's how we also implemented this food search section, where you can search the food and add your calorie log. Now simply push your code. So I will go to the source control, click on create branch option, we will create a branch called log, or we'll say food database, and add log. Here we'll say food database and added log. Then make sure to stage all of these changes, commit all the change, and then publish your branch. Once you publish, make sure to go to your repo in order to create the pull request so that CodeRabbit will review your code, and wait for the CodeRabbit to finish your review code, and then once it's done, you can simply merge your pull request. Now let's jump on to the most interesting and premium feature of this application. Is by scanning or taking a photo of your food, it automatically calculates how many calories, fat and other nutrition are available, and where you can simply log it. So let's understand the workflow. When user take a picture, we are going to send that picture to the AI model, and then we are going to analyze with the help of AI, and then that AI will return the nutrition detail along with the full content and everything, and then at the end we are going to log this detail to our database. As simple as that. And that's why we are making sure that whatever the implementation we are doing is simple and easy, and most important, it's workable. Now the thing is, when user click on that particular option, it will open the camera. If the permission is not there, obviously it will ask for the permission, and once permission is allowed, then user can take a picture of the food. Then the next part, obviously we want to use an AI model in order to analyze that image, and then once you click continue, it will navigate to see all the calorie, protein, carbs and fat. Obviously here user have option to edit those calories and all, similar like our previous feature, and then once user click log, it will update to our database. Okay, now let's go back to our application inside the Google Antigravity, and inside here let's add a prompt. Now on click of scan food, navigate, or here we say on scan food, open device camera, or give, or here we can add some different way, right? Because sometimes user have the image inside his gallery. So we will say on click of scan food, open dialog, and ask user whether you want to upload image from gallery or take a picture. If user want to select image from gallery, then allow user to select image media. If user want to capture picture, then open device camera. If permission is allowed, else ask for camera permission. Okay, and then take a picture. He will say permission, then take a picture, and once picture is taken or image is selected, navigate to new page, and on that page display that image. Above also on header, on header add back button and heading as analyzing food. Okay, and then in square show picture selected / taken. Okay, then below that add placeholder of loading indicator with 3 steps analyzing food, then here we say getting nutrition data and getting final result with loading indicator and checkbox, and then at last continue. Here we say at footer continue button. I think this is just about the UI for now, okay, because once user land on this particular page, obviously we need to connect with the AI model. But for now, let's see whether this particular workflow is implemented correctly or not. So hit enter. Now we'll wait for the implementation plan, and we have this implementation plan. Inside this implementation plan, if you see the complete workflow, okay, now we'll proceed with this implementation plan and then we'll wait for the final result. Now it will install the image picker from the Expo, the camera package from the Expo. So if you go to this Expo, this camera or image picker from the gallery is a native features which is easily available inside your Expo application as well. So here inside the Expo you will see all the use cases as well, and that's why Expo is much powerful than any other platform to build the React Native application. Now once it is implemented, let's test this out. So I will go to this option, let's click on scan food, and then you will see an option, either you can take a picture or upload from the gallery. Now let's start with the upload from gallery. So we'll click on this. Now I already have one image, so I will select that. Here you have option to crop, it is completely optional, and then click crop, and here if you see, now it start analyzing the food, then getting the nutrition data, and at the last we'll get the final result, and then the continue button is now enabled. So that's how this page will look like, okay. Obviously this is just a dummy data, we did not implemented any logic yet, but the main important thing, the UI which we like it, it means which we thought it's similar to what it's implemented. Now let's take a picture. Now as I'm using a emulator, so this is just taking some dummy data, and if I click on that, so this is just emulator's dummy camera, okay, but when you are trying to get actual image, then you will see the actual camera will open to take the picture, okay. So I think this is what we expected, only this analyzing food text we can bring this down, okay. Just keep heading text below to back button and make it bigger, okay. So this quick fix, it will add it. Now next important thing that we need to do to integrate the AI model, as I explained inside the eraser doc, that we need to follow this particular flow, whether we need to call our Gemini AI model, send this image and get the nutrition data. So over here we'll just gonna say now on analyze food screen, food page, send image to Gemini AI model and ask to get nutrition data like calories, fat, proteins, carbs from it, along with food name or whatever the dish name, we will say dish name, and then once analyze successfully, then save everything to database, okay. So I think maybe here we can just say once analyze and on click of continue button, then go to next screen with generated or with the AI response data, get a get response in JSON format. So it will be easy for AI to map the value perfectly. Okay, and depends on AI response update the loading state. Okay, perfect. Now let's send it and now wait for the implementation plan. So basically this is very straightforward. We are sending the image, analyzing, AI will analyze the image and then will return the response. Now if you see this plan in the plan as well, it automatically understand what we are actually looking. Okay, so that's good thing. Now let's proceed with this plan. Now once it is implemented, let's test this out. So I will go over here and scan food. Obviously the picture, we cannot take a picture, right? So I will just upload from the gallery. So we'll upload this biryani, it's a veg biryani, and then click crop. And now if you see, it start analyzing the food, then it will get the nutrition data and then it will get the final result. See, pretty cool, right? And then simply click continue. Once you click continue, you will see the serving size. Obviously 1 cup means maybe 1 plate, which is a 200 gram, and then it's saying chicken biryani. Obviously you can change this name if you want, so you can add an option to change the name. Here we have calorie option. If you make this serving size 2, automatically it will change all the data. Okay, then it automatically calculate the fat, protein, carbs as well, and once you click log food, it will log to our database. And here you will see now calorie count is also increased and this particular count will decrease, means we are obviously showing the progress for that one. Okay, next you will see that in the recent activity as well we have the record. Now only thing that we need to change is option to edit the name. So here we'll say on log food screen, add option to edit name of the food when AI generate the response. Okay, so it will give you user to update the name of the dish or food. Okay, so basically we are also giving option if user if AI give you any wrong response, user have option to update the calories as well manually. And here we'll accept all of these change. Now obviously it don't need any implementation plan, and if you see it's done. Let's test this one more time. So we'll upload the gallery or sorry photo. Now in this case I uploading the pizza, and now if you see it start analyzing the food, and then once it's done it will jump to the next, and then we have the final result. Click continue, and if you see it automatically comes up with the pizza. Here you can change the name as well. Okay, perfect. I think that's all we needed, and you will see the protein, fat and everything. And most important, I also verified this with an actual data on the internet, and it matching 99%. Now let's log this, and once you log you will see that change. Cool, right? So that's how guys you have to add this premium feature. Obviously it's running with the help of AI. Okay, perfect. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section, because there are a lot of different feature that we are going to add. And now in next part we are going to implement the analytics screen, where you will see a all new feature which we are going to provide in this app. Now let's push all of the code. So first I will create a new branch, and inside that we'll say AI food analyze option after food scan. Then give the commit message, stage all of these changes which is very important, then commit it, publish your branch, go back to your GitHub account in order to create the new pull request. So over here we'll say compare, and the pull request we'll say create pull request, and then once the CodeRabbit review your code, simply merge the pull request to your main branch. Now after implementing the home screen, now it's time to implement the analytics screen where we are going to show a proper in detail analytics of users activity, which include a daily strike. So if you see on the left hand side, I already created a mockup where whenever user add any activity for that day, then we can check mark the daily strike, and if user keep adding the activity every day, then obviously this daily strike will increase. So if you are using a snapshot application, then you might know what is this strike means. Then we also have option to add a weight section where user can update his weight, and then this calorie, weekly energy, all of these section which include a graph representation, which might include a bar graph or line graph and many others, and that also you will learn how to add it. Okay, now first thing we'll implement this progress section and this daily strike card. So I already added a prompt for you. Okay, so it's quite easy. So whatever design you see on the screen and the logic, I just added into this particular prompt. You can access this prompt directly from this documentation. Now simply copy this prompt and then go to Antigravity and paste it here. Now make sure I also mention inside the prompt that you can access the fire icon from the assets/images folder. So I already added these assets called fire icon inside the images folder. Okay, so you can get these assets from the assets folder. I will put the link in the description. So all the assets which I am using in this course is free to access. Now once you are happy with this, just send this. Now next thing, obviously AI will give you the implementation plan. Make sure to go through that implementation plan and you will understand whether AI understand your requirement or not. Okay, if you think you need to make any changes, just add a comment and then proceed with that implementation plan. Now we'll wait for the implementation plan, and if you see, our implementation plan is ready with all the details. Okay, and I went through all already and I think it's look good to me. Also you will see a task section, that what are the tasks this AI need to complete. So that is also good point. Now I will just proceed with this implementation plan and now we'll wait for the final result. Now after implementation, you will see the result. Okay, and this is how it look like. It's pretty good, right? But only couple of things that we need to update is we have to make sure this card size matches with the weight size. So we don't want one card is less, one is bigger. Okay, but other than that, everything look good to me. Perfect. You can even ask to update this checkbox color if you want, but I think sometimes it's always good it matches with this fire icon, so that's the reason we can keep like that only. But here we can just add one more comment, add next icon under or inside weight card on right side at bottom. Okay, and I think that's all for now, because on the click of that card we are going to navigate to the new screen in order to select the weight. But for now I think this particular change is enough. Okay, now next part, on the click of this card we want to show a dialog kind of model, and where we want to show the detail of this strike, okay, for each of the day. So simply let's copy this short prompt and then simply paste it here and then hit enter. Now we'll wait for the implementation plan and the final result. And now once it is implemented, if I open it, this is how it look like. I think this is what we expected. Perfect, right? So that's how we have to add this progress widget. Now just put your imagination how the design you want, explain into the prompt, and then this Google Antigravity AI will do it for you. If you have any question, any doubt for this particular implementation, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to push our code. So I'm gonna create a branch and we'll name this branch as AI, not AI, sorry, progress analytics page with daily strike card. And then make sure to check out, stage all of these changes, give the commit message, and then once you commit, make sure to publish your branch. Then we'll go back to our GitHub, create a pull request, and once you create the pull request, wait for a CodeRabbit to review your code. And once the CodeRabbit review your code, if you are happy with all implementation, make sure to merge your pull request to the main branch. Now let's implement my weight card click functionality. When user click on it, we are going to navigate to the new screen where user can update his weight, and that weight we are going to track. So for that one, I'm going to use a React Native ruler picker npm package. And if you see, we have this beautiful option to pick. Obviously, you can just scroll it, and then you have option to select that particular value. So this package is quite powerful because you will get this animated ruler picker component. Okay, so simply you need to either give this your complete URL to the AI, and then it will automatically detect how it's supposed to implement and all. Okay, so I will just copy this as it is, and then we'll go back over here. We're gonna write now on click of my weight card, navigate to new screen where we want to give option to user to pick or to select the weight from, or here we can maybe copy this one. Okay, and then we'll paste this from this package. Okay, and then you can pass this URL, read the doc here, something like this. Now once user select the weight in kg, right now we are just allowing the kg. Okay, then make sure to update that in database along with date when user updated his weight, because later on we want to show change in weight across time in graphical format. So save accordingly, and also keep that as updated weight in under user data. Okay, because we have to make sure under the user data we will keep that value as well. Okay, so I think that's pretty much. Once you hit enter, obviously it will give you the implementation plan for it. So also one more important thing we need to do, add button at bottom to log and button update weight, and on click save weight information. Okay, so let's hit enter, and now we'll wait for the implementation plan. Obviously we have to make sure that user will read the document from it, otherwise the implementation will be little bit difficult to the AI. So we have to make sure that user will add that inside his implementation plan. Now right now if you see, it's trying to install this npm package, so we'll accept that, and then we'll wait for the implementation plan. And if you see, it's added the implementation plan as well. So I think it's look good. Let's proceed with this plan, and now we'll wait for the final result. Now once it is implemented, we'll go and we'll verify. Right now if you see, we have this beautiful weight picker, and here we have the value which show which one you selected. Now the problem over here, if I open this weight picker, right, the default value, it's supposed to show a default value, and make sure it's updating with the default value. I think initially it has some lag, but if you see, sometimes it's not updated to correct value. So we have to tell to the AI that when jump to weight selection page, make sure to show default weight of the user. Okay, so automatically it will update that particular change, and then every time when you open that, it will open the default weight. There is some mismatch, but maybe AI will update it. Okay, because if you see, it's show the 70 as well, but immediately it changed to 20. And now if I go over here, okay, I think it's still working on that file. So right now it's still building and generating and updating the file, so we'll wait. Now here, after that, once you jump, you will see the default user weight, and then you can simply update this weight. Okay, and once you're done with this, simply say update weight, and then it will update your weight, and now you will see the new updated weight as well. Okay, now obviously it depends on that, it will also update your all the calculation, and that make more sense, right? So that's how, guys, you have to play around this particular feature. It's totally up to you how you want to design, and if you have any question, any doubt on this until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now we are going to add a graphical representation in order to show a total calorie burn in a given week. As well as you have option to switch between 30 days, a week, 90 days. That particular tab selection also you can add it, that is completely optional. But you need to make sure what data you want to show on this graph. Now on this markup, if you see, we are just simply showing a graphical representation for each day, so it will be easy for you to check for the last 7 days data. Okay, now in order to add this graphical representation, we are going to use this React Native chart kit. Now this React Native chart kit is quite popular, and it's a very professional graphical representation. You just need to provide a data, and then you have to pass which kind of graphical representation you want to add. So currently they provide a line chart, bar chart, pie chart, progress chart, a contribution graph, stack bar, and there are many other which you can find, or you can simply visit to their GitHub repo, where you will find installation step as well as a different type of example as well. See the line chart, then you have this iPhone type progress ring or bar chart as well, and there are others, okay, which you can explore. Now to the AI model, we just need to pass this particular npm package along with the URL, and automatically we have to tell to the AI model which graph you want to show and what data you have to add, and automatically AI will calculate and update the UI. Okay, so I will copy this npm package first, then we'll go back, and here we'll add a new prompt. Now here we'll say, now let's add new card to show total calories for last 7 days in graphical represent way. Use this npm React Native chart kit and refer doc. So here we just going to copy this URL and show bar chart with last 7 days, or here we'll say current week bar chart for total calories burn. Calculate calories consumed from total calories. Okay, so it automatically calculate that one, and then it will show the information. Make sure graph color matches with our app color combination, or we'll say colors. Okay, make sure to fetch current week data for calories from database. I think that's enough information that we provided. Okay, but also at the top we can add something like total calorie consumed, total burn, that information, that is completely optional. Maybe we can add it to another graph, but for now I think this is much better. Also make sure to give proper value on x and y axis along with label. Okay, and then hit enter. Now we are just telling to this prompt what we want, how we want, and our requirements. Okay, and we are also giving idea that how you can fetch the data and how you can display it, right? It help us for AI to take a faster decision. Now right now if you see, it's trying to install this React Native Chart Kit package, so we'll accept that and we'll wait for the implementation plan and the final result. Now if you see, we got the implementation plan for this weekly calorie chart, and I think it's showing it is added all the points which we asked for. So I will proceed with this implementation plan, and now we'll wait for the final result. And now if you see, after implementing, we have this beautiful bar graph for our weekly calorie. Currently we only have the record for this 2 entry, and that's why it's showing the bar graph for this 2 date. But once we have the complete result, right, you will see all of this all the output on this graph. Now next bar graph that we are going to add for the weekly energy, but this is a little bit different. Over here we also need to make sure that we're gonna show a burn calorie, a consumed calorie, and the energy you got from that particular week. Okay, you also can give option to switch between last 2 weeks or 1 week. It's totally up to you, but currently we are only showing for the last 7 days data. Okay, but you can add that option as well to switch between the multiple dates. So but the most important thing we need to do is to calculate the burn calorie, consume, and the energy. So let's go back, and here we are gonna add a new prompt. I will say now add new card for weekly energy, where I want to show bar graph. Here first we'll say where I want to show energy burn in calories, then energy consume, and here we can say energy you get it. So here we'll say energy from consume minus burn. Okay, so this value we added. Also below that add bar graph where I want to show last 7 days, maybe we can say current week data with consume and burn bar graph with different colors. Make sure to show them together for each day. Now I'm not sure because this particular example is not mentioned inside the repo. Okay, but you might use another one. For example, this is also a good example, which how much you burn, how much not. Okay, if this is not work, then we'll try for the other graph. But if AI comes with some different kind of solution, then well and good. And that's the, I think that's all we need to mention. Also mention which color assign to burn calories and consume calories below at bottom of the card just below to graph. Okay, I think that's enough information we provided. Now we'll wait for the implementation plan. Now once we have the implementation plan, here you can see the weekly energy card, and inside that is saying card component displaying summary, status, burn, consume and net, dual bar chart showing daily consume versus burn calorie, and legend to distinguish between these two data series. Perfect. So let's proceed with this implementation plan. And now we'll see the result. So if I go to this analytics, here we have the result. At the top we have the consume calorie, burn calorie and the total net, and then we have this beautiful bar graph for the consume and burn. Pretty nice, right? So that's how you have to add this particular graph. Perfect. Now next graph we are going to add for the water consumption, because we also have the water consumption data, and for that one let's go back, and over here you can use this linear bar graph. Okay, because here you can easily calculate how much water you drink, right, at that particular day. So let me go back, and here we can add a prompt. Now add new card for water consumption and show how much water consumed for last 7 days in current week, and display in Bezier line chart graph. Okay, I think this is pretty much we need, because we now this AI model already know what we are planning to build, right? So I think this is good prompt for now. So let's hit enter and we'll wait for the implementation plan. So once we have the implementation plan, we'll proceed with the result. And if you see, we have this water consumption graph as well, which is a linear line graph kind of thing, right? And here you will see the average water you consume. Obviously this data is from our database directly, it's not a mock data. Okay, so because if I go back to our Superbase, here you will see all the logs, okay, for each of the day, that how much calorie you consume, how much calorie you burn, the exercise detail along with the water intake, and if you see this water as well for each of that particular date, right? And that's the reason we are getting the water information. Okay, so that's how it works. So I hope you understand. Now make sure in the some cases, right, if you see the bar graph is going out of this card, right, so you can either tell to the AI or simply head to this weekly water chart, and here if you scroll down, sometimes the width is exceeding the card width, so maybe somewhere you need to update that. So inside the chart, if you see we have this -20, so maybe you can make it, set it to 0, and I think this is perfect. Okay, so if you have any question, any doubt for this particular feature for while implementation, let me know in the comment section. One of the premium feature we want to add is an AI progress insight. So I already added a dummy bento grid style component, and if you see on the screen, where currently just I'm showing a dummy data, but whenever user launch on this page, we want to show an actual AI analytical data, where it will show an analytical state, then the health score based on all your data, then whether you are protein king, hydrator, steady, so everything you will find it out here, and what you achieve in this week, so that information also you will find on this particular section. Now the only thing that we need to do is we need to connect with the live data, and we need to connect with the AI. Okay, so over here I will put the prompt for this bento box in the description. You can find it on tubegurji.com as well. But right now let's connect with the actual real data. So over here we'll say now connect bento grid data with live information. So connect Gemini AI model and actual data from database and generate all information for bento box or bento grid section. Okay, I think this is enough because already our AI model know what is inside the bento grid. Okay, now we'll wait for the implementation plan, or it might directly implement it. But the most interesting feature is this AI progress inside. Now this is particular feature is only available to the paid user, because later on we are going to add a payment gateway. So if for the free user, right, it will just add some kind of lock X section, or it will just blur it so that user cannot see. But if you user want to see, user just update or he need to upgrade his plan. And once it is implemented, you will see now we have actual data. Obviously we only log the data for these 3 days, so that's the reason the score is also raw. But for other things, you will find all the other information which is generated by with the help of AI model. Now if you want to move this section down, you can easily do that. Simply go to this analytics.tsx file, obviously, which actually nothing but this particular analytical tab, and we scroll down at the top, you will see it's showing this AI summary bento, right? I will just move this, I will cut it from here and will put after this energy card, and then simply save it. Once you save, now this particular component will be below to this weekly energy card. Now also if you see, it's come below to this energy card. Now whenever AI fetching the data, right, we need to make sure it will not fetch every time, and we want to fetch after only 6 hours. Okay, because it doesn't make sense to fetch every time and getting the similar result. So we're gonna tell to the AI model, don't generate AI result for bento box, bento grid every time. Save generated response to database with date and time, and after that, only after that, or here we just say date and time, generate AI response only if it's more than 6 hours from last generation. Okay, so it will basically check to the database. If it's more than 6 hours, then only it will generate the response. Okay, and here also you're gonna add also while generating AI response, show loading state or skeleton indicator, and make sure to show all cards and don't wait for AI response to return. Okay, because we don't want to keep loading and loading. So let's hit enter, and basically this prompt informing to the AI model that we don't need to generate the AI response every time. It only generate after 6 hours. So it basically save your AI response in the database, and that make lot of sense, right? So that's the reason we added. I think other than that, if you see, this particular page is quite good, and all of this information is also showing inside this progress analytical tab section. Now once it is implemented, you will see that it will not generate, and it's also saving into our database. Now obviously if you see, first time it will generating because it's not saved. So right now it's saying analyzing your weekly, and boom. Now we'll verify by going to the Firebase Firestore. I will just refresh this so that you will see all the latest data. And now if I go to these users, So we'll click on this user information and then scroll down, and over here but if you scroll down, you will see this summary is generated along with the your kickstart, that all the information is generated by the AI. Okay, so next time it will only make sure it will generate after 6 hours. Okay, and here you will find that last inside date. Okay, so depends on that one, it will just calculate whether when it's last time generated, and then only it will generate a new AI progress insight. Now after that, let's push our code. So we'll go back, and inside this we'll create a new branch, and here we'll say AI insight bento grid. Hit enter. I will say AI insight bento grid. Make sure to stage all of these changes, give the commit message, and then publish your branch. Once it published, we'll create pull request by going to our repo, the easy peasy way, and then simply create the pull request. Once the pull request is created, wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code, and once the CodeRabbit is reviewed your code, then you can simply merge your pull request. Now it's time to implement the profile tab, where in the profile tab user have option to update his details. So if you see this mockup here, we are going to show a user basic information, then option to upgrade and start the free trial for the 7 days. Then we have account card, in that we have some detail like personal detail, preference, upgrade, right? And in the support section, you're gonna add a option like request a new feature, where user can add a feature, and then we can implement that feature as well later on. Then the support or contact us section, where user can support through the email, and terms and condition to see what are the terms and condition for this app, and at the end the logout option. Obviously it's totally up to you how many options you want to add on inside the profile section as well. Now when user click on the personal detail here, in that one user have option to edit calories, protein, weight, everything, all the details, where user can manage it, right? So that's what the personal detail comes from are there. Then for the preferences, you can provide a preference which is for the only for the application, like for example if you want to add a dark theme or the language change, right? So these kind of things you can add under the preference section. Upgrade, which contains user can upgrade to the paid plan. Now let's start implementing this profile screen, and you have to make sure once you have the mockup, just give prompt based on this design, and automatically AI will implement for us. Okay, so I will start with the new conversation, and inside this we'll just say let's implement profile tab, where at top I want to show profile as big text on left side, then profile user info in card. Here you can show profile image on left, and right of it show user name and email below that. Okay, so that is the first section. Second, inside here we say below that add option to start free 7-day or free trial, and inside small here we say, and in small text you can mention start 7 days free trial. Okay, obviously it will come with the icon. Make sure to, here we can say make sure to add icon on left. Okay, then the next part, if I go over here, inside our mockup is the account section, right? So here we can add Now under account section, add a card and then give option like personal details, preferences, then what else we have, the upgrade, we say upgrade to premium features with icons. Okay, and then next section will be, so under the next section where we want to show a support section and all of these features. So here we can add be support, and in that card show option like request new features, then we want to add option like contact us, and then the last option we can add terms and condition. You can add a privacy policy with icons, and at the bottom outside of support section, here we can say logout button. Okay, I think this is just a UI related thing, but on the click of that we need to add few feature, right? So what when user click on that button, what will happen? So all of this detail we're gonna add later on, but for now let's add this UI so that then we'll start implementing each page one by one. Now we have this implementation plan, and in the implementation plan you will see all the details. Okay, I think that's good. Let's proceed with this implementation plan. And you can also tell the AI that AI can suggest you some of the interesting features or options for your profile section. So you can also implement that one as well. Now we'll wait for the final result. And if you see, it's ready, where we have all the section as we defined, and you will see all of those section as well, and at the end you have logout option button as well. Okay, now obviously none of these option will work because we did not added any condition or any navigation for this, right? Now let's start implementing each section one by one. So we'll start with this personal detail. Obviously we'll implement the payment gateway later on, but we'll start with the personal detail first. So over here we'll add an option. Now on click of personal detail, navigate to new screen and add option for user to update any detail like his daily calories, or here we'll say daily calorie intake, fat, proteins, carbs or water intake, and option to save it. Show with professional nice UI. Okay, so this option we added, and obviously we also added the save option so that it will get saved. Okay, so once we have the implementation plan, you can go through it and then simply click proceed. And now if I go to this personal detail, you will see this personal detail an option to edit, and by default obviously we are also showing the previous information, and obviously anytime if you want to update anything, just make the update and then you can simply save it, and once it's saved it will go back to this profile screen and then you will see your changes. Perfect. Now the second important thing we need to update is the preference. So let's go over here and then we'll say now on click of preferences, navigate to new screen and add option to select theme type between system, dark and light. By default, light theme. Also below that, add toggle option for notification for turn off or turn on. Okay, so currently we only add these two preference option, but later on if you want to add new feature and want to add a preference, you can add in this particular section. Okay, and save user preference to database and then hit enter. So basically we only have the two settings for the themes and notification. Obviously this both the feature is not implemented yet. We want to implement it. Okay, you can just tell to the AI model that you want an option to switch between light and dark theme. And now once the implementation plan is ready, you can just go ahead and see the implementation plan for it. So if you see, it's ready, and for the preferences over here you will see this option. Perfect. So here it uses a custom radio button. I think that's good. So let's proceed. And now if you see inside the preferences, now we have the preference like whether you want to add a light theme or dark theme or system theme, and also for push notification. As soon as you click it, it automatically gets saved. So you don't need a separate save button for that. Okay. Now if you want to add a dark theme and light theme to your application, you can tell to the AI. Now it is a little bit of big implementation because there are a lot of file need to update, right? But let's skip it for now and we'll implement later on. First we'll implement all the pages for this profile screen. Now for the upgrade to premium feature, we are going to add a payment gateway or a paywall for that one using a RevenueCat. So we'll do it in a moment. But first let's add for other things. So here we have the support section, contact us, and all of the detail. So you can add inside support section for request new feature, navigate to new screen, and add option for user to add new feature. And also once feature added, show list of features, and also make sure to show all users feature as well. Option to upvote any other users features. Okay, and show upvote count for each feature. Okay, so this particular option we added. Also we're gonna add on contact us button. Click open system email / Gmail app with default email default support email as admin. I will say admin@tubeguruji.com. okay, with default message. Okay, so it automatically open any system application. For terms and condition and privacy policy, navigate to new screen and add some detail related to apps. Okay, so it automatically add the new screen with all the details. Okay, and I think that's all for now because we are implementing all the feature at one for each of these support options. So we'll wait for the final result. Also on the logout, obviously we want to make sure user will log out from the application. Here we'll accept all of these changes and we'll wait for the implementation plan. And once it is implemented, you can just go ahead and check one by one. So if you see for the feature, we have option to add. Right now obviously we don't have anything, so here we can say connect to uh, iOS health app. Okay, and if you want to add description, you can add it and simply submit your request. Okay, we have to add some description, so let's copy this. Here we say connect to iOS health app and then submit request. Once you submit it, we got an error. Okay, so obviously we have to fix this issue. So let's go ahead inside the console, and here we have thumbs icon, okay, which is missing. So it's all about the icon thing. So we'll open this request feature option, and here if you see this thumbs icon is not present, so I will add thumbs up icon and make sure to replace over here as well. And this need to be a stroke only. Let's try it out. So our request is submitted, but we'll see whether we are getting data. And if you see, you have option to upvote as well. Okay, and you will see that detail. Perfect. So that's how you can add this option. Then we have contacts a section, and obviously if you see contact will navigate to that particular app if it's installed. Okay, so right now obviously jump open this Gmail application. For a terms and condition, if I click on that, it will go to this terms and condition page, and same way for the privacy policy, it will go to the privacy policy section. Cool, right? Then at the last we have the logout option. So here we can just simply say on logout button, click logout from app and navigate to sign in / sign up page. Okay, as simple as that. Obviously we don't want user to stay there even though it's logout, so make sure that it should navigate to the logout screen after logout button click. Okay, obviously I don't want to test right now because otherwise I have to log in again, but I hope you understand how easily we implemented this profile section. Next we'll learn how can we add a payment wall. That is very interesting feature that we want to add. But until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now let's push all our code. So we'll go to the source control, create a new branch, and inside this we'll say profile tab, hit enter, stage all of these changes. Here will say profile screen implemented, and then commit your message. Once you publish your branch, go over here, create the pull request, and simply wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code. Once CodeRabbit review your code, then merge your pull request to the main branch. Now it's time to add a notification feature in our app. Now there will be two types of notification. One is to send a daily reminder notification, and it's based on the condition. If user did not log any activity or forgot to log any activity, then we can send a notification message so that user will remind it. And other is an app notification, which is common to all the users. Let's say for those who did not join the premium membership, then they can join it and get a trial, or we can just send a track your daily calories, which is again common to all the users. Okay, now also you have option to save this notification under your notification screen as well. So I will go back to our app, and here we have to add a prompt for that. Now notification integration is little bit tricky because it needs some manual configuration as well. But first let's prompt to the AI so that it will integrate the notification into your app. So first we'll say, now I want to add push notification into the app. First type, okay, here we'll say whenever user forgot to log any activity, then send notification on daily basis. Okay, and 3 times a day based on lunch, then afternoon and dinner time. So something like this, right? So it might be okay. So here we can also add that it should be automated reminder type notification. Also, I want to add push notification message setting from admin. So add admin collection to Firebase. So you can set the notification message as well, okay, and that message you can save it to the Firebase admin collection. Also, I want to add all user push notification if user did not subscribe to any paid plan or daily at least one notification to encourage to log activity or subscribe to any paid plan. Okay, so this information we added. Obviously this AI will give you the implementation plan, as well as it will suggest you if there is any manual configuration or not. Okay, let's send this prompt first to the AI model, and then we'll wait for the implementation plan. It might be a little bit a big integration because it is a big task, and as I say, it need a manual configuration as well. Now if you see, it's needed this Expo push notification package from the Expo only. So here we'll say click accept it, and I'm getting permission deny issue, but don't worry, it automatically install the package for us as well. Now if you see, it generated the implementation plan, and also in the task you will see all of these tasks that AI is planning to implement. Now if I go to this implementation plan, you will see the proposed changes, okay, where it's implementing a new service called notification service, and it also creating a push notification token. Okay, so these are some changes it is going to modify, and that's where we'll get a notification message. We get user get notification. Okay, here I'm going to add one more important text that save all user received notification. Now once we have the implementation plan, I'm going to add one more condition. So maybe over here you can simply add a comment, and here we're gonna say save all user sent notification so that I can display notification on notification screen, notification page inside app based on date. Okay, so this one more important feature that I'm adding this. And now let's proceed with the implementation plan, and now we'll wait for the final result. So I will pause the video and we'll wait for the result. Now once it is implemented, make sure to walk through or go through all the implementation walkthrough. Okay, what is implemented and what is not. Also, so first thing, if you see, in order to test this remote push notification on Android, you must move from Expo Go to a development build. So in this case, we have to make sure we'll install the EAS CLI. Then we need to configure the EAS build. Okay, and then we have to install the Expo Dev client. After that, we have to do a local build. Okay, using this Expo on Android, and if you want to for iOS, you need to have Mac OS or Xcode. Okay, and then you can restart your server. So let's go step by step. So first I will install the EAS CLI, and this particular implementation you will find on your walkthrough document, or you can even search it on the Google how it actually works. Then also I'm going to add the EAS build config. Now inside the build config, if you see, it asking me a login for the login with the EAS account, right? Now which you can generate by going to the Expo dev and simply create a new account if you don't have already. I already have account, so I will simply log in. Now Expo also help us to build your application for Android and iOS, okay, without having an Android studio. So it will do it on their platform, so you or on the cloud, so you don't need to worry about that. So over here I will add my account details and the password for it. Now the next option is saying, do you want to create an ES project automatically? So we'll say yes to this, and then if you say it, start creating our project. And now if you go to the Expo dev, there you will find this project ID. Now for which platform you want to configure this ES build, okay? So we'll configure for the both the platform. And now if you see, our project is ready to build. Now next thing is we need to run the ES build when you are ready to create your first build, and once the build is complete you can submit it in order to upload it on the App Store and the Play Store as well. Now once it is configured, you can run this command. Sometimes it fails because many times the development client is already installed, so we'll wait, and it's successfully installed. Now you can create your own build as well. So you can create for the Android, you can create for the iOS as well. So let's try with this Android. Now it will create, and if you see, it start building your application, and now you can see your Expo build on this particular, it's just a Grendel actually, so you don't need to worry about this, and it's building locally. So we'll wait to finish this build. Once you build the application successfully, it will restart your application, but in this case it will start in the development mode and not in Expo Go mode, so that the build application you can run like a real native application which you run basically in your actual device. Also when you build it, you will see the Android folder get generated. Obviously we only generated for the Android device, so it built for the Android, and then that's why you see this Android folder, okay. Also if you scroll that at the bottom over here, let me go up little bit, it's saying that it's scheduled for 3 reminder, okay. Just ignore this is a different error regarding the key prop, so you don't need to worry. But if you see over here, it's saying scheduled for a 3 daily reminder. It means our notification is scheduled, and it will send you the notification at that specific time. Now if I go to the Firebase, and for that particular user, you will see the push token is also get saved to our database, and we have the preference to enable the push notification. Then we have this admin config, from where admin user can manage the messages, which message needs to send, or a reminder message for that each user. Anytime you can send update this message, and then that message will send to that particular user. Also if I go over here and simply go to this services folder, here we'll see a notification service file in which the notification logic is written, and here if you see, we have each of the message fetching for the lunch, afternoon, dinner. But if the message somehow did not fetch, then at that time it will take the default message as well, and then it will send at that particular time. So if you see, for lunch time it will send at 1 p.m, for the afternoon it will send a notification for 5 p.m, and for dinner it will send around 8:30 p.m. okay. So that's how notification will user will receive it, okay. And that's where the scheduled notification you will find over here. You can also tell to the AI model to test this notification, add some button, and on the button click it will send the notification. It's totally up to you, but make sure that once you once the code is implemented, make sure to walk through and then you need to follow this condition for the Android and iOS, okay. And anytime when you make some changes, the bigger changes, then restart your dev client or restart your Expo in development build mode, okay. So that's how it works. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Also it sometimes you might see this error, so it's called SDK location found issue, and in that case you have to tell to the AI model to set the location, or it will also automatically update the Android Studio SDK because we build it locally, so that's why, okay. Now let's push all of these changes. So I will stage all of this file first, and then we're gonna create a new branch, and here we'll say notification implementation. Hit enter, add message, say commit. Oh, sorry, over here we change all of these changes and we'll give commit message. So right now it's saying git insufficient permit to add object to database git object. Okay, so maybe some of the file we need to remove. I don't know why we are getting this error. That's weird. So we'll say open a git log, so it might change something. Once you are done with this, you can simply stage the commit. So here we'll say commit and then we'll publish the branch. Once the branch is published, simply go to your GitHub and inside the GitHub you'll create a pull request. Simply click create pull request and then wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code and then merge your pull request to main branch. In our application, we are going to add some of the feature as a paid feature which is available only to the paid user, and user have option to subscribe to the plan which we are going to add inside our application, and for that one we are going to use RevenueCat. So if you see these designs, there are a lot of different design and templates available, or you can even create your own. With the help of RevenueCat, you don't need to worry about anything. Once you integrate this RevenueCat, then user can make a payment and subscribe to your different plan. You can charge based on your logic, like you want to charge weekly, monthly, yearly, or for a lifetime as well. And RevenueCat will take care of all the payment gateway integration and everything, and that you can easily connect with the Clerk authentication as well, and it's very easy to integrate. Now first thing you need to do is to go to this revenuecat.com. I will put the link in the description. The most important thing, it's free to use, okay, and simply create a new account. Once you create a new account, simply log into your account and then you will jump onto the dashboard. Now currently if you see inside the project, you can create a new project and we are in the live mode, but anytime you can change to the sandbox mode as well. Right now in this particular example, as we are implementing or doing the development, so we'll switch it to the sandbox data. And once your application is ready, you have to make sure that there are a couple of things that you need to follow in order to add API key from the live data. So that we'll see later on, but first let's switch this to a sandbox data. Then under this you have to create a new project and give the project name. So here I will add a project name as a AI calorie tracker app. So this need to be a calorie tracker app, and then you can select the category. So this will be the health and the platform. Okay, now you have different option, but we'll select the React Native and simply create project. Once the project is created, you will see your application name and the default offering, whether you want to go monthly, yearly, and lifetime. Anytime you can edit from the dashboard as well, and then we'll click continue. Over here you will find an option for the API key. Now right now we are in the test environment, so you can just copy this API key and add it there. Okay, so if you see, for same API key you have to use for iOS and Android for the testing environment, and then here we can say I am ready. Okay, so that's how you have to set up your sandbox for the RevenueCat. Now the next important thing you need to do is you have to create a new paywall. Paywall is nothing but the screen where user will see and user can select a different option to make the payment, like user want to select monthly, yearly, or like that. Also you can explore the dashboard, how many user join, the product catalog which contain different packages, right, which is a yearly, monthly, and lifetime. Now from this product catalog you can update the pricing plan as well. So let me go ahead and update some of them. So for example, if I go to this monthly, here you have option to edit, and I think here need to be an option to edit as well. So this is the default one, but you can create your own and then you can add your own amount as well. Right now we'll keep as it is because this is in the sandbox mode, and then you can anytime you can access your API key from this API key section. Now let's go to the paywall, and here you have option to create a paywall from the scratch, where you can do the drag and drop and implement, or you can use an existing template, just update the text which you want, or you can even generate with the AI or import from the Figma. So we'll use the template in this case, and if you see, there are a lot of different template available. For example, if I go to the health, you will find a health template as well, which you can directly use it. Okay, let's use this example, or this is look good to me, so I will select that because we have the 3 pricing plan, and that's why it's showing 3 pricing plan as well. Okay, now if you click on any section, you have option to edit any of the section, just update this and then you are good to go. As simple as that. Next thing, make sure to save this draft, and at the top, in order to publish this paywall, right, in your RevenueCat, first make sure to fix this issue. For example, add URL. You have to add some URL for the privacy policy. Now make sure to add a proper URL, but for the testing purpose, I will use any URL. Then let's fix this another issue, and there is an add offering to your paywall. So here we'll select the default paywall. Okay, so basically it will show the default paywall which we have already into our RevenueCat. Here we'll say default paywall, and I will add sandbox, something like this, and simply say publish paywall. Now once it published, you have an option here, we'll say check and confirm and publish. Now currently this preview in the draft mode, but you have to convert this into a published version, and then simply close this window, and then you will see the under the publish you have this default sandbox ready. Okay, the paywall is ready. Perfect. Now the next thing, let's head back to our Antigravity and tell to this AI that you want to integrate the RevenueCat. So here we'll say now I want to integrate RevenueCat paywall into my application, use for subscription in app. Then we are also going to add also use RevenueCat paywall directly. Here we'll say paywall because sometimes you can use your own paywall as well. Also make sure on click of upgrade option in profile as well as start trial option, open this paywall. Whenever user sign in or sign up, open this paywall, and when user want to access any paid feature, then we can navigate, or here we don't need to add because right now we don't have the anything premium feature we added. We right now it's all enabled for the all user, right? So that's all we needed, and I think that's if you enter this much prompt, I think AI will understand everything. So let's send it. Obviously there are a couple of things that you need to add inside the .env file, like the API key and all. Okay, so now we'll wait and for the implementation plan, and then we'll go through it. So right now if you see, the implementation plan is ready, also the task is ready. So if I open the implementation plan, if you see, it's installing 2 dependency. One is a React Native purchase, and one is purchase UI that is used for to use and RevenueCat paywall which we just created, right? Then the core service, obviously we have to set up this API key as well, and I think there are pretty much things already there. Okay, so let's proceed with this implementation plan, and then we'll wait for the final result. And then simply after implementing inside our code, simply go back to the RevenueCat and then copy this API key. After that, you need to add this Expo public RevenueCat API key for iOS and for Android. So currently we are using a development or a sandbox key. So once we have the application live, then you can replace this with an actual key. After this, we can go back to our app, and then under this upgrade premium feature, if I click on that, it will open that paywall which we set, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful paywall. Perfect, right? Now obviously you can switch anything, and if you click continue, Then obviously for the testing purpose, it will give you option whether you want to test a valid purchase, failed purchase or cancel, right? If I click on valid purchase, then it get purchased, and then you can see your detail under your RevenueCat sandbox. And over here, if I refresh it, you will see a new user, right? With active subscription 1, and obviously user paid $10, and just now we did it, right? See, something like this. So that's how we have to add the RevenueCat payment gateway. Obviously there are a lot of possibility, lot of different things that you can implement with that. Now next we have to make sure as soon as user join any subscription on the RevenueCat, we have to make sure this profile updated to the upgraded plan, right? So that is another thing. Also for unpaid user, we have to make sure that we will hide some of the features, okay? That also we are going to implement, and make sure that you have the RevenueCat set up, because our application is a SaaS application, and if you want to make money from it, the payment gateway is very important, and that's what RevenueCat is doing for us. Once this is implemented, let's go back to this source control. We'll create a new branch, and inside this branch we'll say RevenueCat paywall setup. Hit enter, then stage all of these changes. I will add a commit message and simply say commit. Here we'll say, okay, so I think there's some commit left. I think that's good. Here we'll say save all and commit changes. So we forgot to save this environment file, but we have to make sure you will save that. And once you save, publish your branch. After that, I will go back to our GitHub repo. We'll create a pull request. So let me go to this code. Here we'll get an alert to create a pull request. Once you create the pull request, wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code, and then simply merge your pull request to the main branch. As simple as that. So that's how you have to implement, and after that push your code to your main branch. Currently we just set up the RevenueCat paywall, but it is very important to integrate that with an actual data. For example, last chapter we also subscribed to one of the plan, but it's not still showing that you subscribe, or it's still showing an option to upgrade to the higher plan, right? So to fix that, we need to write a prompt, and here we'll say now if user subscribe to RevenueCat paywall, then show it as premium user on profile section. Okay, so right now we'll only do that. We'll only gonna implement it, and also remove trial option from profile screen. Okay, so with this we will understand whether it implemented that feature or not, because later on we want to also hide some of the features from our application, and which only we need to make it available for the paid user. Right now if you see, we have the implementation plan, and if I go to this implementation plan, it will check with the method subscription service dot check subscription status. Okay, and depends on that it will show whether user is premium user or not. So we'll proceed with this implementation plan, and we'll wait for the result. And once it is implemented, you will see a badge called premium for this particular user. Perfect, right? So that's how you can add this particular feature. Now one more important thing we need to do is we need to give an option to manage his subscription. So here we'll say I'll now add an option in under account section to manage RevenueCat subscription once user subscribe to it. So through the manage option, user have option to cancel or upgrade plan. Okay, So this particular feature is also important, so user can simply manage it from the application itself. And if you see, we have this implementation plan where it uses the manage subscription method in order to manage your subscription. So I think that's pretty good. Let's proceed with the plan and we'll wait for the result. And once it is implemented, you will see a brand new option called manage subscription. So currently if I try to manage it, we are getting an error, okay, and it's saying the manage subscription method is not there. So let's copy this error and simply paste it to this AI. So AI will automatically find what is the actual bug and then it will also fix it for us. And now if I click on manage subscription, it will navigate to your that particular RevenueCat portal, okay. It means on the Google Play application. So from where you can manage it if you are using Android. If you are using iOS, you can manage through their setting, and obviously it will navigate you for that particular screen, okay, on the iOS as well. So that's how the managed subscription is also completed successfully. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now we'll push this code because this is a small changes that we made. So I will just create a new branch, and then inside this here will say fetch subscription status and manage subscription option. Hit enter, give the commit message and make sure to stage all of this file, and then we'll say commit, publish your branch, and once it is published we'll go back to the dashboard. Okay, so inside the gate I will search our repo, and inside the repo make sure to create your pull request. Once the pull request is created, wait for CodeRabbit to review your code, and once it reviews, you can merge your pull request to the main branch. Now once you have the payment gateway set up, everything is ready. Now it's time to hide some of the features from the app for not subscribed user, okay. So for a free user, they have limited access to the feature, like they cannot use this scan food option, or they cannot see the analytics, most of the analytics card, right. The AI progress inside that we are not allowing user to show. So let's add that feature. So over here we'll now say, now for a non-subscribe / free user, we want to show limited feature and we want to hide those feature from free user, okay. So make sure it's totally up to you which feature you want to hide, okay. So for now let's go to this progress section, or maybe first on this particular section we'll say scan food option. So here we'll say on floating button click we have scan food option. On click of that, if user is not subscribe, or here we say not premium / paid user, then navigate user to paywall, okay. After that, next thing we want to hide from user. If I go to this progress tracking, right, we want to hide this weekly energy AI progress inside, then weekly macro balance we can hide, and I think that's top 3 cards we can hide for now. So here we can simply add, he'll say under analytic progress tracking screen, blur out all analytics except water intake and calorie card, and for other card blur it and show lock icon with premium feature and button to navigate to paywall. Okay, so these few things we just hiding from the user. Let's hit enter and we'll wait for the result. So we'll hit enter. Obviously it will create an implementation plan first, and once we have the implementation plan, then we'll proceed with that implementation. Now if you see, we have this implementation plan, and it's adding overlay on the strike card, wait card. I think we don't need overlay on the strike and wait card, so we can add a comment here. We say do not add overlay on strike and wait card. Okay, I think that's all we need to add. Then for a free user, if you see, these are some condition, and for premium user, obviously user can able to go to that particular screen. Perfect. Let's proceed with this implementation plan now. Now for the free user, I also made sure this weekly calorie and water consumption will be at the top, and now we also made sure that the other area are blurred. See, if you see, and on the click of upgrade, obviously user need to navigate to the paywall, and then once you click upgrade, or even though you can upgrade it from this profile screen. Okay, so it's totally up to you how you want to handle, and then you can simply subscribe to any plan once you click on upgrade. And if you see, you got an option, right? Just click continue, and then you can, obviously on the test mode, you can just valid with a success message, and then you will see now all the features are now enabled for that particular user, even this particular scan food option as well. Perfect. So that's how you have to handle your premium users feature. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub. So over here, I will create a new branch, and then I will add update premium and free features. Hit enter, change all of these, and you will say add paid and free premium features. Then we'll publish this branch, and then we'll go back to our GitHub in order to create the pull request. Once you create the pull request, make sure to wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code, and once it reviewed, then you can simply merge your code into a main branch. We pretty much finished our application development. Now it's time to build our application so that you can publish it on iOS platform and Android platform as well. So to do that, first we need to set up the application logo, the splash screen, and few things. So first, inside the assets images folder, I already added this logo.png, and the name of the application is calories. After that, I'm going to go to this app.json, and inside that we're going to change the application name. So here I will change this to calories. Then I will keep this slug and schema name as it is because we use it at different places. But for the logo here, now the icon we're going to change to logo, and this icon as well I'm going to change to logo only. So wherever you see icon or logo, just make sure to update it. The favicon as well, I will update to logo.png, and for a splash icon, we'll use logo.png. But here you can use your own splash screen as well. And once that is done, make sure if you want to keep this package name as it is, you can do it. Otherwise, you can change if you want. Okay, and then save it. Now, currently, we set up the Android with the package, and then we also have the iOS as well. Next, you can just tell to the AI that you want to build your application, okay, and then he will give you the step-by-step guide along with the command. So over here, now we'll go to this AI prompt and we'll say, now I want to build this application for Android platform. Now if you want to use iOS platform, you can do the iOS platform as well. So application for Android platform to publish on Play Store. Okay, and then hit enter. Obviously it will come with some plan, some steps that you need to follow one by one. Now if you see, it's running a command ES build platform Android and profile production. If you want to use a development in order to generate APK, that also you can do it, but we want to publish in the production, so we'll say production and simply run the command. Now in meantime, I also want to tell you that you can even deploy this application as a web for a free using ES deploy command. ES is a React Native Expo platforms tool where you can build your application, and this es.json file is created when we enter this prompt as well, so you don't need to update anywhere, but you can also deploy it using the es deploy build. So you can access complete functionality on a website as well, except like native functionality like opening a camera might not work. Okay, right now if you see this particular we are ready with the Android app. Here we have the fix a typo in app.json for adaptive icon. Okay, so they did some fixes. Now it's saying please review the changes and run the following command in your terminal to start build. So we'll copy this command, we'll go back over here, and then we'll simply gonna build this and we'll hit enter. Now it's saying ES build platform Android profile production. If you did not log in to the Expo account, so you have to make sure that you log in to the Expo account. Obviously it will ask you to log in first, and then only you can able to run this command. Now if I go back to the Expo dev and make sure to log into your account, here you can verify that once the build is started. Now we'll come back to our VS Code terminal, and it's saying generate a new Android key store because we have the different package name. So we'll say yes over here. Now this key store is very important. Obviously it is stored in your Expo account. Whenever you want to update your application, they use the key store. It's a kind of signing key, and in order to update your app, and you cannot create another one for the different version. Okay, otherwise it will consider as a new application. Right now if you see it is in the queue. Okay, as I'm on the free trial, so it will take some time to build our application, but you can just simply refresh it, and I think this is the one. And over here if you see Android Play Store build, it is in a queue right now. So see, if you see, it's saying spin up for build environment. Now we'll wait to finish the build, and then once the build is finished, then you will get .aab file to upload it on the Play Store. If you get any error, make sure to fix it. You can just add the error message to this AI prompt, and it will help you to fix that error as well. And once the build is finished, then you can download .aab file, and if you see, it start downloading .aab file. It makes sure that this particular build might take a longer time. So in my case it took around 11 minutes. Okay, but obviously you have some limitation on the Expo if you are on the free plan. On a pay plan it's quite faster, but there is another way that you can execute and build your application using a local build. So over here if you see, this is the command to build locally. So you have to put ES build platform Android and -- local. Okay, and then you can build your application locally, but in order to build it locally you need to have Android Studio. Now once you have the .aab file, simply go to your Google Play Console. If you don't have, make sure to create a new account on the Google Play Console. They charge $25 a lifetime. So once you pay $25, then you can upload as many app you want. Now I already created this calories.ai calorie tracker application, so I will go inside that, and you have to update few details over here. Okay, in order to publish your application. You can even release your application for the internal testing purpose. So if I go to the testing, you have this open testing option where you have to fill up some form. So for example, let's say add a country. So here we say add a country, and I will enable for all the country. So we'll save this one. And publishing is very straightforward. You just need to follow their command, and then you are easily publish your application. Obviously we'll create a separate video on that how to publish on a Google Play for the Android and App Store on the for the iOS device. Now under this release testing you have to upload your .aab file. Now if you don't want to go for a testing release and all, you can simply upload on this production side. So if I go to this production, you need to create a new release, and inside this new release you can upload the bundle file. So we have this bundle file. I will just drag it, drop it over here, and if you see it start uploading. Then you have to give the release name. So here we'll say 1.1. Then you can add the release note, all new AI calorie tracker app version 1. Obviously whenever you upload a second update, right, so in that case you can give the release note what are the changes you made, and we'll wait to upload this particular file. And once it uploaded, it optimized as well. It will also check if there is any error. Over here you will see the API level and the target SDK, all the details. Then I will say next, and right now we got 5 different errors. So you're saying your app cannot be published yet, complete the listed below. Obviously these things we need to finish, like adding a screenshot, logo. There are a lot of other things that you need to make sure to finish it, but that's the final step where you can simply generate .aab file, upload it and finish some of the steps. So for example, if I go to the dashboard, here you need to add a description, you need to add and fulfill the certificate, and it's not difficult at all. Okay, now once this application is live on the App Store, I will share the link with you for the testing purpose. I will put the link in the description so that you can test your application on the Android and iOS device as well. But if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. You can also ask any question on the Discord channel. Also simply go to the tubegurji.com where you can access hundreds of courses based on AI, based on real life applications, and you can also access the source code and watch the demo of the application which is already created. Also we have this game style learning platform where you can track each course chapter by chapter. Also you will find a source code live demo on this platform. Then once you finish any course, you can submit your project or GitHub link, and then you will get a certificate for that one as well. Pretty cool, right? And you can explore as many courses you want with this TubeGurji Pro membership. You can give the daily quiz, you can daily check in to receive the points. Over here you also have option to earn a badge, and you will see the leaderboard status as well. If you have any idea, suggestion, simply add that suggestion idea into this suggestion idea section. You can upvote to this existing idea, or if you like to add any new idea and you want to build that application, you can just add it here. So this complete TubeGurji Pro platform is free to use, but if you get the Pro membership, then you will get access to all the courses as well in a discounted rate. So guys, the link is in the description, and you can also connect on my Discord channel if you have any question or any doubts.